So good evening everyone and welcome to tonight's December 9th 2025 meeting of the City of Onkaparinga. We're very pleased to have you all here this evening. Just a few housekeeping matters. As I just said, if you have an item of interest and you're in the gallery, you're very, very welcome. If your item has been heard, I'd encourage you to take your place outside so that other people perhaps who are waiting can come in for their item as well. So I'd really hope you can do that. This meeting is recorded, and so if you are in the gallery you will be picked up by the cameras and microphones and things. So if that is something that concerns you, you may need to leave. We will be picked up. We do keep a record of our meetings online and they're published about 48 hours after our meeting. And this is a civil and civic occasion, so I will encourage everyone to be on their very best behaviour and bring their best selves to the meeting. And if I do need to ask you to leave if there's any heckling or any bad behaviour, you will be asked to leave, and I'll put on my very best mother of four voice to help you do that. And we do have others to help me as well if that isn't effective. But very, very welcome. And just before we get started, I'm going to ask all of our councillors to just say their name, because we've just had a little bit of a move around, and which ward they represent, and then we'll take our pledge. And we'll begin this side. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves, and I represent Knox Ward.
Councillor Eaton, Thalassa Ward.
Yeoman, South Coast Ward.
Lauren Dew, South Coast Ward.
Marion Thamiliotis, the Thalassa Ward.
Colt Stafford, Knox Ward.
Jordan Pritchard, Southern Vales Ward.
Hi everyone, Greta Wilkes, Mid Coast Ward.
Mick Fisher, Pimpala.
Hi everyone, Kim Davis, Pimpala.
And Dan Platten, Mid Coast Ward.
Thank you everyone, and we do have an apology from Councillor Marisa Bell, who's unable to be with us tonight. If we can stand and take the pledge, please. We recognise this city's considerable natural and cultural heritage, including thousands of years of traditional ownership by Ghana, and the more recent contribution from people either born here or who have migrated here. As we meet together, we build on this heritage by respecting and listening to each other, thinking clearly, being receptive to new ideas, speaking honestly and deciding wisely for the current and future well-being of those we serve. Thank you. So the first thing we have is a confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll confirm those.
Councillor Platten.
Happy to second.
Any questions? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, everyone. There is no adjourned business, no leave of absent. The Mayor's report. Councillor Platten.
Happy to move as written.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davis.
I'm happy to second. Can I talk to it as well?
You certainly can.
I was delighted to read and listen to your report back to the community. Being in a global environment that supports reducing emissions and building resilience and inclusive cities, and advocating for funding and technical collaboration is outstanding. Seeing the exhibitions showcasing climate solutions and speaking to climate experts in the Blue Zone looked very exciting. Onkaparinga should be on the global stage, contributing to community readiness, local government resilience and financial innovations. I'm going to attempt to say together, Marichi Do, I think?
Something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, question or debate?
Just a couple of discrepancies with the calendar.
Yes.
So I was lucky enough to attend, on your behalf, the Cardine valedictorian ceremony on the 3rd of December.
Yes.
Amazing. It was absolutely fabulous to see all those young people be awarded for their hard work. The Deputy Mayor did not attend the AGM for the ACCA meeting. I was present there though. And then the 14th to the 14th and the 21st of the Deputy Mayor's calendar, I don't think that they're at the local government briefing meetings. And then, yeah, that's the only one.
Thank you. I know there are a few others and they've been sent through, so we'll adjust those accordingly. And thank you for your patience with all of those. Councillor Eden, do you want to add yours as well?
Yes, there's two matters that needed to be included. On Sunday the 22nd of November, I actually attended on your behalf at the Coromandel National Trust AGM, and also on the 27th of November, the Headstone project at Coromandel Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've picked up all of those ones we needed to add in and take out. And they'll all be in the minutes. So thank you, everyone. Councillor Patton, did you wish to speak to close debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We are in the headlines yet again for some excellence. So I know we have a couple of presentations this evening, so I'll invite Nicole to talk to us first.
Thank you. Our Community Health Immunisation team were recently presented with a highly commended award for excellence in public health for their improved communication strategies for the school immunisation program within Onkaparinga and our neighbouring councils of Marion, Alexandrina, Victor Harbour and Yankalilla. Each year, the Minister for Health and Wellbeing Excellence in Public Health Awards celebrate outstanding contributions to public health by local councils across South Australia. Our award-winning initiative focuses on boosting adolescent immunisation rates through tailored communication strategies across diverse school settings. Some of our initiatives have included running specialised catch-up clinics, specifically for missed school vaccines run at the end of the year, customised messaging via email, SMS and school platforms, a new online consent form approved for school use, a tailored schedule that ensures every year level gets 2 opportunities to be vaccinated, screening for missed childhood vaccines in Year 7 and 10, support for parents to update records in the Australian Immunisation Register, and follow-up reminders via our online booking system. So as a result, we are managing to halt the downward immunisation trend in our area, and we're actually reversing it with numbers increasing each year. So congratulations to Mel, who's our immunisation coordinator, and the team leading the way in public health and setting an example for immunisation excellence across the state.
Thank you. This is always very false advertising. I think we should be really proud of our incredible staff turning around those trends in immunisation. So congratulations on all that you've done. Thank you. It really is something to be very proud of, and we've been advocating a lot and had some real wins in our advocacy space too around immunisation. The second award we've got this evening is a presentation for planning excellence, a commendation for local heritage code amendment, which is quite an extensive sort of phone book worthy effort, and the citywide heritage review, so thank you.
So the Development Policy team received a commendation from the SA Planning Institute of Australia on the 14th of November 2025 for the City of Onkaparinga Local Heritage Code Amendment and the Citywide Heritage Review in the Stakeholder Engagement category. The City of Onkaparinga Local Heritage Code Amendment and Citywide Heritage Review was a 5-year journey, one that brought through evidence-based research, community voices and a deep respect of our local history. Our commitment to the transparency and responsiveness made the engagement on the project truly meaningful. A special thank you to the engagement team for their creativity and persistence, ensuring that our outreach was not only wide-reaching but genuinely inclusive. The project didn't shy away from difficult conversations about delisting or redefining what heritage means in the modern era. The award reflects what Council can achieve when they listen, collaborate and lead with purpose. And we would like to thank everyone that was involved.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you. It is an incredible effort, and also just to remember all the people leading into that. It's been a bit of a crescendo to get to that point, so thank you everyone. We now come to the part of our meeting called Deputations, and we're thrilled to have so many people with us tonight. I did refuse 2 deputations, so it's my responsibility as Mayor to bring those to the Chamber's attention, if you want to disagree with me. The first one was from Mark Nielsen. He wanted to speak on homelessness, and I said no because it didn't relate to anything on the current agenda. So anyone want to comment on that? The second one was from Helen Rockford, which came in late. So it was after our 5 p.m. Timeline cut-off last night, and that was around a tree preservation decision. So I'll just move on then. Our first deputation tonight, as you can already see on the screen, is from the MOANA Surf Lifesaving Club. So if John and Angela, if you want to come up, you'll be told if you can meet here in the middle, that would be great. Thank you. Now you can both, microphone 10 is the one that will be the best one, which is where Angela is, and you can work out how you want to manage that. So just as I said, you've got 8 minutes. You will hear the ding-dong sound at the 6-minute mark. Try not to be too shocked by that. It does mean you've got 2 minutes to go. So we're just going to, you'll need to press the little button in a minute when number 10, yeah. That's it, beautiful. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much for having us. So my name is Angela Phillips and I'm the Secretary at MOANA Surf Lifesaving Club, where I've been a member since 2012.
I'm John KANTILAFTAS. I'm the Project Officer for Surf Lifesaving SA. I've held that position for the last 10 years, undertaking all the surf projects in that period of time.
So what we're going to do, we're going to give you a quick overview of what we do at MOANA Surf Lifesaving Club. Now, as you can see from the pictures, MOANA is a really extensive beach, and MOANA Surf Lifesaving Club patrols from Seaford all the way through to Gulls Rock at the other side of Maslin Beach. So it's an extensive area that we patrol. We are actually a emergency service, and you can see from some of the pictures, this is actually quite a quiet day for MOANA, where we've got lots of cars on the beach. So our main focus at MOANA is providing an emergency service. Besides that, we obviously train surf lifesavers as well as young children to be safe in the water. So this is just an example of one of our nippers who has started in the nipper programme at under 7s and has gone through the programme and is now an adult patrolling our beach and helping keep our beaches really safe. So, as I said, the key thing is we are an emergency service. Now, just to give you a few figures, if we go back to Australia Day this year, at 8 a.m. we had just over 1,000 people on the beach. So quite busy, and if you remember back, it wasn't actually a great weather day, so it was a quiet day for us at MOANA. By noon, we had just over 3,500 people on the beach, so very busy. On a typical day for normal hot weather patrols at MOANA, we would start the day with over 1,000 people on the beach, and our peak estimates are between 4,500 and 5,000 people. So we're actually dealing with a lot of people within our community and keeping them safe. And we are actually the busiest beach on the mid-coast. So we do have an awful lot of foot traffic. We are the first drive-on beach that you get to, and we are the first choice people come on. And I think maybe it's got to do with the fact that we've got a few waves as well. I think that does attract especially the surfers and people coming down. So as we go through, we don't just patrol the beach. We have a range of initiatives that we do at MOANA. One of them is our disabled surfers. So we run this through the club. It's been going for over 20 years. We're the only surf club in Australia who actually has a partnership with the Disabled Surfers Association. We also have lots of sporting events, and we try and increase the presence of what we do on the mid-coast in our beautiful community. So we've got the MOANA Triathlon, which is actually an event that allows people to become accredited to attend national events. So it is a really great event that we have. And alongside that, we also have our Wellness Tuesdays, which are really popular with our community. So we have people from lots of different generations who otherwise would be at home, generally by themselves, and they come down on a Tuesday afternoon. It's a bit like a men's shed, but just down at the surf club. And that has grown exponentially over the past few years, down to a range of people, including our president, Pete Kerrison. We also use our facilities for lots of our local clubs and associations where they are able to come and meet for free, and we offer those facilities for them. Now, the reason that we're asking for an upgrade, this is an example of our showers. So as you can see, they do not meet code. They are not child safe. We have nippers and we have adult members in these showers, as well as all our community groups and different people who come through. This is another view. This is the red wall, shows you the back of the showers. These are our toilets and our changing rooms. So they're not actually fit for purpose. This is our patrol room. So from the patrol room here, you can see through the door into our first aid room. Now, we do have quite a big issue with our patrol room. We can't actually see the beach from the patrol room. So when you're on patrol, if it's an inclement weather day, which we have had quite a few of this year, you can't actually see what's going on. So our surf lifesavers, who are all volunteers, have to go and stand outside, which isn't great. It's not sun safe and it's not working well. Now, if I can draw your attention to the door, this leads into our patrol room. So, first aid room. So this leads in, this is our first aid room. And as you can see, it's not really looking that great. We had a few years ago an unfortunate incident where we had a dead body in the first aid room because it's a thoroughfare from the patrol room into the rest of the club. We had to move the body into our training room where we have nippers and lots of other people coming through. So a really, really difficult position. When we've got first aid patients in the room, we've got people coming in and out because it isn't private. We also have a big problem with this, that actually the ambulance can't get in, and they can't get in where their trolleys to be able to help get patients out when they are needing that support. Now, I spoke earlier about the fact that we can't actually see the beach. We can't actually see the beach from the path either. You've actually got to stand on the wall to be able to look down and see what's happening. And just to point out, you see the windows on the second story. They're actually a stock room. They're not a patrol room, so you can't get up there without going through a loft hatch. So, again, not usable. This is our training room. And again, our training room, this is where we were storing the body. That's where we have to do all our training, which is now pushing into the gym, which with having young people in there, because we start training at 16, is not brilliant.
Now, this is the latest plan that we have come up with. We went through a few different options. You can see that there's a red line with yellow on one side and clear on the other. That's the line of the existing to the new. The new is the yellow. The key area for surf lifesaving is it's based on a Plexus report, which was upgraded from 633 square metres to 733 square metres in 2014. A lot of this surrounds around the garage area or the rescue ready area, which is where you have all your emergency service equipment in one location. So this is a snip from a GHD report in 2014 undertaken by Haim Charlie to come up with the options, and that was 141 square metres was the current one, 225 square metres was a recommendation, or 250 square metres for a current modern surf lifesaving club. And it was determined that 225 was the optimum area contained in one location. There's a number of new technologies. IRBs, surf clubs require 2 IRBs. There would need to be a jet ski. Surf Lifesaving SA would love to have a jet ski at MOANA, but until there's room to have one in an emergency service hub, then they can't house one there. This plan is, this plan is the plan for, yes, if we could do that. What we have here is...
Excuse me, John, we've reached your time.
Okay.
It's 8 minutes, but I'm sure people could ask you questions. Are you willing to take questions? I might give you the first question. Do you want to tell us about the cost breakdown that you've been thinking about?
Yes. The Plexus report refers to a breakdown between council, Safecom and the surf club. That is based on 56%, 33%, 56% Safecom, 33% the council, and 11% the club. In this model, with our cost of $3.78 million for this facility, 2.1 is for SAFECOM, 415 is a surf club, and they're borrowing $300,000 to do this, and 1.2 is council. So 67% of the current funding we've already secured.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it to questions. Councillor Dew.
Thank you for your deputation. A few questions. So there's storage sheds that have been highlighted in our report. Can you describe where the storage sheds are in relation to the existing Moana Surf Life Saving Club facility?
Yes, it is. I've got a handout. I haven't got a screenshot, but the handout that I've sent out shows that the storage shed is to the south and 156 metres further away from the surf club, and that's the location of it. But I think the critical part for me is that where does the emergency service operate from? And that's got to be in the operational hub under the Plexus model.
And would it, so I'm going to ask you questions in relation to a jet ski in a minute, but I'm aware that you require a jet ski, the club requires a jet ski. Could that be stored in the shed out the back? And is it feasible for it to be brought forward at every patrol to have access to it in an emergency?
Yeah, absolutely not. When there's an emergency situation, you've got to be able to get your equipment out really, really quickly. So if you imagine, to have a full patrol, we only need 4 members on patrol. So to get a jet ski out, to go over to the shed, by the time you've done that and got on the beach, the incident is probably over and not with a great outcome. So the jet ski needs to be readily available and ready to move at any given opportunity.
Sure, thank you. Also wondered, so in relation to the jet ski, why the club requires it and why you don't have it already?
We don't have one at the moment because we don't actually have any room or anywhere to put it, so that is the first reason. And the reason that we need one is because we patrol such a massive area. We had an incident maybe 18 months ago where we had somebody out and we had to actually send out people on surf rescue boards rather than on a jet ski because we didn't have it, because the IRB takes such a long time to get out and it takes 2 people to man. So to get the boat out, it's 2 people. You'd actually need 4 to be able to get it into the water, where a jet ski you can launch with 1 person and you can be off and at the rescue, and you can have the person on the back of the jet ski while everybody else is bringing out the rest of the equipment.
Sure. And we think about climate mitigation measures when we're thinking about buildings, and just wondered if there's been any climate mitigation measures that have been adopted through this design, because obviously we want extended building life.
Yes, we contacted Coastal Protection early in the piece, and they gave us a level of 4.15 AHD, which is the level to mitigate against flood to 2050. In the section that you can see where the first aid, gymnasium and change rooms are, that's the new section. That is at a level 120 millimetres above that. So we've more than covered the minimum level that Coastal Protection asked for those critical areas on that side. We couldn't do anything with the existing building, obviously, because those floor levels are existing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And just finally, you've highlighted around visibility and the challenges. Are there any examples of near misses or fatalities that have occurred because of the building and the line of sight or inability to see?
Absolutely. So a rescue again about 18 months ago, we were sat, all aboard were sat in the club room having a board of management meeting. There was, it was actually in the news that there were 2 people rescued. We didn't see them, we couldn't see them at all from the club, and it took a member of the public to come and start banging on the door before we could actually see that there was somebody in trouble, and they were right outside the surf club. So it's a bit of an issue.
Thank you. Councillor Platten.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John and Angela, for coming. This question is probably directed more at you, John, from a organisation perspective. How often is the Plexus size requirements updated?
No, it's only been updated once, and that was in 2014.
Okay, and do you see there being a likelihood that that happens again?
Unlikely. It's been raised with Safecom, and they don't have any reason for that to occur. And Surf Lifesaving at this point haven't got a reason to do that either. We believe that the 225 for garaging is sufficient. All surf clubs require additional storage space, and each surf club has additional storage space in different configurations. But as far as garaging, gymnasiums, first aid, and I think we've covered all of those areas at this point, so we don't see a need for it in the near future.
Okay, and the storage sheds are never included in your Plexus model?
No, the Plexus model was all about the hub of where the emergency service operates from, and that's where we've concentrated that 225 square metres.
Okay, thank you. Angela, has the club ever considered a raised patrol platform on the beach like other clubs have down the coast?
Well, I'm just going to flick on to this next picture. This is an example of when we had the water. Because of the tides at Moana, if we had something on the beach, it would get quite smashed. So I think the ideal solution would be to go above the club rather than a platform on the beach, because we just can't dictate the tides.
Okay. When patrols are happening in other clubs, John, this, and Angela, you may well know, are jet skis always stored in a garage, or are they stored on the beach ready to be put out?
On patrol, they would be on the beach, but it depends how many people you've got on patrol. So big clubs might have 20 people on patrol, so they would have all their equipment ready to go. Smaller clubs like ours might have 4 people on patrol, so you wouldn't be able to have all your equipment ready to go at the drop of a hat. But to be completely honest, it's not when you're on patrol that is the problems. Most of the rescues happen outside patrol hours, when you're ringing somebody up and going, can you come down? And there's somebody out on a jet ski, or there's somebody out kite surfing. That's when a lot of the rescues actually take place, when you don't actually have the full patrol.
Thank you. One last question. You spoke just then about the size of your club.
Yes.
Is the size of your club limited by the size of the building or by volunteers?
I think the size of the club actually massively impacts. We've lost quite a lot of members to clubs with less busy beaches, such as Southport, because they've got really great facilities. So they can offer younger members who want to get in the gym lots more opportunities. So we have lost quite a lot of our youth members to clubs like that. We've put things in place, like we offer the Duke of Ed programme, and we offer Cert 3s in public safety. So we're trying to keep our members that way. But our infrastructure and the building does actually massively impact on our membership.
Okay, thank you. I do have one more question, I'm so sorry. John, we see building costs blow out often, in fact nearly everything. Is Safecom going to wear the cost if it blows out, or is that going to be broken up in the 33% model?
No, Safecom don't wear the cost. If the cost blows out, it is worn by the surf club.
Okay.
They're the ones that wear the cost, so it's incumbent on us to make sure that that fits within that budget. The pressure that comes is, in this current environment of escalation, the longer this delays, the higher the cost, and therefore the more the pressure.
Yep. Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Yeomans.
Yes, thank you for coming along. Just got a couple of questions from your deputation, and then I might try and clarify a couple of points in the report, if you don't mind. With John, and just sort of on the back of Councillor Platten's questions, how many similar projects have you been involved in and managed like this?
11 or 12. This will be my 11th or 12th, with a couple more still to come. They range between 1.5 million and 9 million for all surf clubs.
Yeah, I was going to ask you whether the same sort of size, and have you gone with those budgets?
Yeah, we've met those budgets on every occasion, with the exception of West Beach, who were lucky enough to get a $2 million election promise, and therefore increase their scope, basically.
I was going to ask you in relation to the funding, because we're making the decision tonight on the funding. If council approved less than the 33% that is in relation to that Plexus model, what's the impact on the contribution from Safecom?
It'll reduce accordingly. 56%, 33%, 11% still stays in place.
And the Plexus model has been raised a little bit already. If you started with a blank canvas, could you build what you're looking to build to cover off on all the needs that you need from an operational perspective? Could you build the club within the Plexus model of 733 square metres?
In a brand new club, yes. Those internal areas that the Plexus requires is what we could build a surf club for.
Okay. Do you require all of council's contribution in the next financial year, or can that be spread across a couple of financial years?
No, that's flexible. Part of the timeline that we have there is that if the decision was that this was to proceed, say tonight, we would spend 2026 going through design, documentation, planning and building rules consent. We would start construction in 2027. And the way that the Plexus works is that during design, the surf club pays all the consultant fees, design and documentation. In construction, we expend all of Safecom's funds first, then council's, and then whatever's left of the surf club that hasn't gone into consultants, the surf club pays. So we'd anticipate that somewhere between May, June 27 to December 27 is when council's contribution would be. And Safecom are very flexible about that. And if it meant that council wanted to distribute that over 2 financial years or all in 1 financial year, that can be accommodated.
Okay. Thank you for providing the map which shows where the club's situated and the sheds. Mm-hmm. Just to clarify, in case people don't know that area, that road that runs between where the sheds are used for storage and the club, that's actually the road that people drive down and drive onto the beach.
That's correct.
Yeah. Be quite busy, no doubt. Yes. If this proposal's not approved by council tonight, what would be the impact on the club?
Well, I'll talk about the construction impact or what happens with that. Maybe you can talk about the club itself. But what happens is that if council decided that they couldn't fund the 33%, we need to expend the money or lose the money. So it would then shift. That funding would shift to another club in another area. There's 2 other clubs that have contacted Surf Lifesaving and said that they're ready to go, they just don't have funding. So the funding would be lost to MOANA and probably go somewhere else, would be the case. But from a club point of view.
I think from a club point of view, we are limping along as we are, and we're losing members to other clubs. We've got a really busy beach, and eventually we're going to be in a position where we're not going to have the volunteers available to patrol. So we need to make sure that we're in a really good position to be able to provide the emergency service in the future that we need for a growing area of Moana and Seaford.
Just a couple more questions if I can. In relation to that funding, John, you mentioned you might lose it. So what are the chances of that reoccurring again? In other words, you can have another bite of the cherry.
Well, we put a submission in every 4 years. So 2014, 18, 22, 26 is the next one. That has already gone in, but it does, as you can understand, and working with state government, the more funding you look for, the harder it gets to do that. There's no guarantee that there would be any more funding. It's hard to say, but we are finding it harder this time round for state government to look positively on more funding in the next round.
And just one to Andrew, if I can. The building was built in 2002, so what sort of operational equipment is required to do your job at the moment that's available now that wasn't available back in 2002?
I was still in the UK in 2002. I didn't arrive in Australia till 2012. So I am probably not the best person to answer that question. However, I think the things that we have seen since 2012 are the introduction of the jet skis, that is relatively new for surf lifesaving, and also the drones. So they're really helpful.
Yeah. Can I just ask a couple of questions about the report?
So I'd leave the questions to the, is it the report, the council's report?
No, it is, but it's in relation to clarifying some of the points.
So for the Surf Life Saving Club to clarify, or
Yes.
for the staff to clarify?
No, not staff. I've got some questions for
okay.
staff. Yep. You've obviously read the report, John. One of the, in the recommendations, the second dot point in recommendation number 6 says exceeds the plexus spatial standards by 133 square metres, 20% above the required standard. Have you got any comment about that?
Yeah, I think what's been included there is the sheds, whereas the plexus model is about a rescue-ready facility. So the 225 square metres that we talk about is within that facility. Of course, if you do add the sheds in, and that was part of the plexus model, then it would exceed. But from our point of view, it doesn't.
There's also in the report comments about some items that are excluded in the costs of this project, like fire safety equipment and electrical switchboard. And have you got any comment about that?
Yes. When we broke that down, there was a report done in 2023 that was requested of us through council for a services audit, a facilities audit and a plexus audit. That identified about $133,000 of items. That is captured in this breakdown. You can see the plexus MOANA Surf Lifesaving requirement is $3.1 million. The compliance audit is $259,000. That is worked out by RLB consultants, quantity surveyors, and that includes that all those items, which includes the switchboard, includes the exhaust hood, and includes extinguishers in that.
All inclusive in the package?
All inclusive in that package.
Okay. And have you got a contingency fund in relation to budgeting?
There's two contingencies. One's a construction contingency, which is normally around 10%, I think it's 10% of the funding. But there's also, at the moment, a design development contingency because we're early in the design, it's hard for a quantity surveyor to identify all the costs that are going to be in there. So they allow a design development contingency. So things like, I did read that we may need a hydrant. That would come out of the $220,000 that we've got in the design development contingency. As we work through the design and documentation, that contingency reduces and they go into real elements in the project.
There's something on page 73 of the report that talks about key gaps and concerns, and the staff have outlined some what you'd say small changes to some certain areas of like the meeting rooms only going 2 square metres, patrol rooms only going up 1 square metre. Have you got any comment about any of that stuff?
Yeah, those are correct because what we're doing is we're shifting 141 square metres of garage to 225. So those rooms are being demolished and used for 225 square metres of garaging. So we're actually adding 96 square metres of garaging plus another 35 square metres for the wet areas. So we've got decent change room facilities. So, and then those rooms are then replicated in the new area. So yes, the numbers are right in that area, but there are additional areas within the scope that we're adding in.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Themiolotis. Councillor Yeomans, would you? Thank you. Hang on.
Yep.
There we go.
Just thank you. Just a question around visibility, because that sort of stuck out to me as something quite urgent. Do you have any imagery facing outwards of what the current visibility looks like, and with an upgraded facility, how much better the visibility would be?
We don't have any images on that at this point.
But we could definitely get them. That would not be a problem.
And can you then verbally give me an idea of how increased visibility there would be, or what that is envisaged to look like?
Yeah, at the moment, when you look out of the patrol room or the club, you are looking at a very small area and you're actually sat quite low, so you can't see you can't actually see the ocean, and you can't see down the beach, which runs quite a long way because it's further ahead and the walls are there. So when we get the new patrol room, if we get the new patrol room at the top, we will have 180-degree visibility, so we'll be able to see all the way down the beach. So we'll be able to see, if you imagine Moana, we'll be able to see from the trough all the way down past the poles. So it'd be fantastic.
And just to show you on that diagram there, you can see the little orange bit just protruding out from towards the beach. That's going to cantilever out and have windows all the way around it so that they can see straight down the beach.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Hi, thanks for the invitation. Mine's around the visibility as well. So I know you spoke about drones, and I know you've got a camera down there. So moving forward, what sort of IT space do you see that coming into? Do you use any of that for visibility? Do you anticipate that's going to grow the visibility? You're going to be able to use them more in that space?
With the drones, they're quite difficult because you can only use them when they're on good weather days. So when it's windy, you can't take the drones up. So that's a little bit of a problem, because the days that you tend to be doing a lot of rescues is when it is rough weather. So it's counterintuitive. On the flat days, that's when we'd have the drones up, but that would help when it's actually busy on the beach. With the camera's actually not particularly useful. It's more of a surf cam, so people can see the state of the beach. It's not something that actually helps with life saving. It is for people to just see how wavy it is. So it's not a surf life saving tool. I think at this stage it would be very difficult. I don't think we would have the people monitoring that at this stage to be able to do that. I think that would need paid lifesavers to be able to monitor that kind of technology.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Angela and John, for your deputation. Very, very informative and extremely beneficial. Jet skis are super important, and I'm a mid-coast councillor and have some wonderful surf life-saving clubs that are always rescuing on our coast there. Look, Councillor Yeoman's asked a lot of my questions. I just wanted to get a bit of clarification on the time sensitivity of this project. So if the decision wasn't made tonight, but it was deferred to be when we do our budgetary considerations, which normally happen very early on in 2026 in preparation for the 26-27 budget, is that something that is feasible, or does it really need to be a decision that's made tonight?
That really is up to council. It would delay the construction process. So we're talking about 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
That's feasible. It's not a hard and fast rule. We understood from an early stage that funding over the next few years was allocated, and we also understood that we could delay it until a certain date. If the end of December 2027 went into 28, we could accommodate a few months delay there. Okay. But it is important to know that that financial year that we would run into some problems towards that period.
Okay.
So it could be done if it was a few months.
Okay, definitely sounds like a warranted project, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. I appreciate your tenacity with all the questions and answers that you've given. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite our next deputation regarding the Aquatic Centre. It's all about the water tonight, the Aldinga Bay Action Group, and we have TRACEY Atkinson and Karen Bubnick, I believe, and you know the drill here. So if you wouldn't mind taking a seat at number 10 and 9. And I'll just ask if there are any Moana surf life-saving people still in the gallery. Your item is about 9.1, so you might want to go and take a break and let someone else come in if that's your wish this evening. But TRACEY and Karen, welcome. As you know, you've got 8 minutes. At the 6-minute mark, you'll hear the bell, and you'll be able to know that you've got 2 minutes left. But over to you.
Good evening.
My name is TRACEY Atkinson, and with me is Karen Lever and Anne Cross, and we are Aquatic Centre Aldinga Bay Action Group. I'd like to thank the Mayor and the Chamber and Santa for hearing our deputation, and to our supporters in the gallery for being here tonight. Thank you. I'll be talking about our campaign aims and history, the recommendations of the planning study, and our request for Council to support the motion to set aside land for a potential aquatic facility at Aldinga. Okay, so this slide is about our campaign. Back one. Yeah, back one. Here we go. The aim of our campaign is to have land set aside for a facility for all ages and abilities. And we started in 2021 with a Facebook page and some other media, and we began collecting letters of support from the community. And councillors and the Mayor have a copy of those letters of support today. The letters came from MPs, resident groups, sporting groups, health and wellbeing professionals, individuals, and some of our local schools. We collected signatures for a petition, and that was read in state government, in state parliament in 2022. Also in 2022, our group was allocated a grant of $150,000 for a planning study by the state government. Over the next 2 years, we worked with the Office of Recreation, Sport and Racing, Inside Edge Sport and Leisure Consultants, Design Inc. Architects, BRM and RLB, who were costing and aquatic experts, and council staff to carry out the study. And in 2024, the Aldinga Bay Aquatic Centre feasibility study and business case report was finalised. And the Mayor also now has a copy of this weighty tome about the report. So the report concludes that there is a case for a new facility based on current and future population. There are currently 37,000 residents living within 10 kilometres of Aldinga, enough to support an aquatic centre right now. With over 46,000 residents estimated by 2041, the need for an aquatic facility will only increase. The consultants distributed a Facebook survey, and there were 800 responses, which is about, well, an unexpectedly high number of responses for a survey, showing there's enormous interest in this topic. 97% of respondents were supportive of aquatic facilities Aldinga. Furthermore, this year, the Royal Lifesaving Society's State of Australian Aquatic Facilities report named Aldinga as the one place in Greater Adelaide where the most people have to travel over 20 minutes to access a public pool, which is a prohibitive distance for a lot of people. And we know that existing aquatic facilities are frequently at capacity. So some of the benefits of aquatics. The benefits of aquatics are well documented, and the report covers them comprehensively. The benefits are shared by all ages and abilities, and they include sport, recreation, aquafitness, hydrotherapy, health and fun. The swimming pool, like the library, is the heart of many a community, and it's a place to meet, to socialise and to cool off in summer. Aquatic facilities provide jobs and traineeships and tourism potential. They also demonstrate measurable savings to the community in social, health and wellbeing. An aquatic facility at Aldinga would align with Council's Vision 2034 wellbeing indicators of community, environment, livability and leadership, and as well as the state government's wellbeing SA goals of prevention, early intervention and integrated care. The next slide's about the recommended site. So as part of the study, various sites were assessed against the guiding principles set for the study. And the preferred site from the study is a Renewal SA deferred urban land, known as the Green Triangle at Aldinga. So, in fact, it is the only site of sufficient size and location anywhere in Aldinga that would fit the bill. You can see from the map that the preferred site is bounded by Port Road, Bowring Hill Road, running north-south, and Quinlivan Road, and is west of the proposed rail corridor. And in response to the report, the Office of Recreation, Sport and Racing wrote to Renewal SA to ask for consideration of future aquatic centre opportunities in the Aldinga catchment, including the Green Triangle. The next site shows how an aquatic centre might look on the site. So the architects for the study are Design Inc, and they designed the recently completed Summit Aquatic and Leisure Centre at Mount Barker. We asked them to design an attractive single-level energy and water efficient facility with room for expansion and utilising aquatic industry best practice design. A complex surrounded by plenty of green space and canopy, including a substantial green buffer on the boundary. For example, the Port Road Heritage Corridor, which, if you're familiar, is aligned with Aleppo Pines and is the old road that leads down to the port. So the vision is for a pool within the park. With increasing summer temperatures and the potential for algal blooms, the desire for a facility like this will just grow. And I want to stress that this image is a concept design only. Our campaign and focus tonight is having land set aside for the future, for potential. So tonight we're asking the Chamber and the Mayor to acknowledge the strong community support for an aquatic facility at Aldinga. We're asking elected members to support the motion to be introduced by Councillor Yeomans later tonight, for the Mayor to write to Renewal SA to advocate for the land in the Green Triangle to be rezoned recreation and to be set aside for sport and recreation and a potential aquatic facility. Finally, Karen and Anne and I would like to thank Leon Bignell MP and staff and Councillor Paul Yeomans for their advice and support, and to thank everyone who's supported our campaign so far. This last slide shows another conceptual view of an aquatic centre viewed from the south. That's the end of our presentation, so if you have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeomans.
Thanks, guys, for coming down. Just a couple of questions in relation to the slides. You mentioned on slide 3 about 800 responses from a Facebook survey. Have you got any breakdown or any comment further comment about that?
Yes, we happen to have another slide.
Oh.
Next one. Next one. Yeah, that one. Okay. So this is a summary of the survey responses. It's also on our Facebook page. So as I said, 805 was about 500 more than they usually expect from this kind of survey. And 57% of the people that responded actually live in postcode 5173, which is Aldinga, Port Wollonga and Aldinga Beach. Mostly are locals. The sort of components they were most interested in was a 25-metre pool plus facilities for aqua fitness. But the report documents, a bigger breakdown of analysis of the responses. I guess the main thing from this slide is to just note the demographics of people that responded, in that they are Facebook followers. So we didn't get a good response from people under 20 and people over about 55. So there's a lot more community consultation to go, but it gives you an idea just how interested people were in this topic when they've responded to the survey.
Thank you. On slide 4, you mentioned the benefits of aquatics, and it talks about it does demonstrate measurable savings to the community and social health and well-being. Yeah, any comment about that? Swimming pools are expensive to operate, but most business cases for aquatic centres document the health and welfare and social benefits that will come from aquatic facilities, and they can put numbers to them. So we think around about 3 million in savings would come each year from an aquatic centre at Aldinga. And this example is from the Adelaide Aquatic Centre business case, and it shows that the savings each year would be around about 4.5 million, and some of that is from acute health and some of it is chronic health, and some of it is from people not drowning because they can swim.
So it's quite an impressive amount of return that the community gets from aquatic facilities over and above the cost of running them. So on the right, it shows that quite a lot of those returns come from the gym that's co-located with the pool, and those two things together drive membership and increase savings. And when they break down the acute chronic savings in the left-hand circle, some of the chronic ones include reduced cardiovascular disease, reduced cancer incidence, reduced diabetes risk, and in the acute phase, a lot of mental health returns, productivity, and education outcomes. So it's great to sort of be able to just expand on those because, you know, it's a big part of councils or state government deciding whether they're going to build a facility.
Yeah. And you mentioned about the parcel of land, so was there any other land you've looked at in the lead up to this?
Yeah, we looked at 3 sites in detail. The first one was the Green Triangle, so it's around 3 hectares, and the guiding principles for the study, it rated 81 out of 100. We also evaluated the land that is in the back of the Aldinga Sports Park where it meets the Renewal SA land, which is now the Villawood Estate. And that land we first discussed with Council and our previous councillors, Councillor McMahon and Councillor Pete in 2021. That rated 75 out of 100, but in the time it's taken to complete the study, that land is now not available. The council side is smaller and the Renewal SA land is now allocated to Villawood for development. The third site we evaluated was the land next to the recreation centre in Central Way, next to the shopping centre. And some of that land is council land, but not all of it. Quite a lot of it is private land and state land. So the council land there is actually insufficient in size for an aquatic centre, and there were other issues around it. It rated 57 out of 100.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Platten. Councillor Yeomans, can you... thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. And Anne, was it?
Karen.
I'm so sorry. In your ideal situation, let's say that the land got through, is this a council-owned facility or a privately owned facility?
That's not up to us. But obviously we want something for everyone, all ages and abilities, so something that's affordable and accessible and, yeah.
And usually I interrupt and say that it's not their responsibility to be the prophets of the future. So if you've got a question that relates to currency, the current situation.
So many questions. When would you like it built?
Tomorrow.
Right.
Thank you. I appreciate your time challenge. Councillor Wilkes.
It's taken us 4 years to get to this point, so we're quite patient, but obviously if the land is just one step, after that it's usually 3 levels of government that would start talking to each other before anything else happens. So we don't have any expectations from tonight apart from some support for the land, we would hope.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Sorry. My question is similar. I just wanted to refer to the plan, though, that you sort of held up. Is there any stipulation in there? Obviously, the Office of Rec, Sport and Racing have paid for that plan. Have they said that they will also pay for it?
Pay for...
the pool?
No.
Or no? Okay. Is there any stipulation in there of who will fund it?
No, the report's got a lot of numbers in it,
okay,
and it discusses models of management, costs, the image that we showed, plus an alternative model, and it discusses the various management and costing scenarios. So, yeah, there's a lot of costing information in there, but it's now a year out of date at least. So,
the first step is to
get the land.
Get the land.
Get the land.
So
yeah, the rest is...
Do you know what the land is zoned for at the moment, currently?
It's deferred urban, so it's at the discretion of Renewal SA to decide what they'll do with it. And although in the past they and government have informally said that they won't be developing it, it's still theirs to decide what to do with.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Did you want to say something extra, Karen?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Dew.
Thanks for your presentation tonight.
Hang on, something needs to go off. Why isn't that happening?
No, it's off.
No.
It's on. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
Thanks for spending time with us and coming tonight. A few questions. I just wondered how many schools are also in the proximity that might be able to access the swimming pool?
We think there's about 10. So there's quite a few schools, kindergartens, all up and down Quinlivan Road, which was a factor in rating that land so suitable. But we also got quite a bit of support from my Ponga school, because they bus their kids long distances and really, would rather they learn to swim closer.
Sure.
And also further south, so even further down South Road corridor there.
And that parcel of land's also close to sporting clubs as well. Have they expressed interest?
Yeah, a big factor in that land is that it's near a lot of schools and near sporting clubs and residential. So people could locally access it within 15 minutes of home on foot or by bike, or obviously to drive. So it would be really accessible for everyone within the community.
Thank you. Similar to Councillor Wilkes, just wondered if you've received any feedback from the state government or any other tiers of government once the report dropped. No. Office of Recreation, Sport and Racing obviously spoke to Renewal SA and then wrote to them. So they were receptive. But that's the only formal response that we've had so far. Thank you. And finally, you did kind of touch on it, but what do you see are the next steps?
Well, we would love Renewal SA to respond and say yes, they'd be happy to set aside some land, either all of the Green Triangle or the amount that we're suggesting for an aquatic facility. So that's our most immediate goal. That's been our goal for 4 years, just to make sure there's some land still there, and really we're down to the last block of land that's available.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation, and well done with all the questions that you've had as well. So thank you. Thank you. I'd now like to invite, we have two people speaking, not together but alongside of one another, Lara TILBROOK and Nick Dugmore, if you'd like to come forward. I think Lara's going to speak first and Nick's going to speak second. So between you, you've got 8 minutes, so 4 minutes each, hopefully you. And thank you to all the Aquatic Centre people for making room for whoever else might be outside. We really appreciate the teamwork and your good citizenship. So Lara and Nick, over to you. Oh, you are? You've drawn straws. Okay, can you press the button at number 10, just that little bit there, and then I can put you... Okay, that's all good to go.
G'day everybody, my name's Nick Dugmore. I'm here to talk to you about the active ingredient in Roundup, which is glyphosate. I'm 41 years old now, but 2.5 years ago I was diagnosed with stage 3 bowel cancer. So I had a 5 centimetre tumour in my upper rectum, which had penetrated through the bowel wall and was in my lymph nodes. I underwent chemotherapy and radiotherapy and was in remission a year later. And but it has come back after another 9 months, and so technically I'm stage 4 now, and I've got 4 metastases in my lungs. But before I talk about glyphosate, I just want to I live in Wollonga, but I just want to let you guys know that I'm not a hippie. I've not just chosen glyphosate to blame for my cancer. I'm an educated, science-based person who, due to chemotherapy and now a deep concern for us humans and human health, I have made the time to understand all aspects of this chemical on a far deeper level than most people have. So when I went to the RA to see my bowel surgeon to find out about the extent of my cancer, he told me that my tumour was approximately 16 months in size. So this gave me a starting point for my research. And exactly 16 months prior, I was swagging on the ground in our vineyard on Kangaroo Island. And we farm organically, but the whole farm around the property had been sprayed with glyphosate. And this was because the farmer's sheep had foot rot. They need to get them off the property, clear the soil, and then put them back a year later. But I was sleeping on the ground and I was showering in the rainwater there, and I broke out in a rash that covered my whole body. I didn't sleep for 6 nights straight, and I eventually ended up in emergency. And this is called a cytokine storm. It's an overreaction of your immune system, and glyphosate has been known to cause this reaction. So the rash was internal too, so I thought it was the rash that caused my cancer. But in the first 10 days of that rash, the only relief that I could get was from scalding hot showers. And they were absolutely incredible. I drained the 400-litre hot water tank at home every day, and it was the most phenomenal feeling I've ever had in my life. I researched what was going on when I had those showers, and it turned out to be a massive release of the feel-good hormone that we all know is serotonin. So serotonin is 90% of it is held in the gut mucosa of your GI tract, 10% of it is in the brain. And it gets a little bit sciencey here, but serotonin is made up of 3 amino acids, tyrosine, phenylalanine, and tryptophan. And these amino acids are the building blocks of protein, and we all have 21 amino acids in our body, and 9 of them are termed essential because we get them from the food that we eat. So they are produced in our food in an enzymatic pathway called the shikimate pathway. And in the 1970s, when glyphosate hit the market, it was believed that humans did not have this pathway. So this is the pathway that glyphosate disrupts to kill the plant. And in the 70s, it was believed we didn't have this pathway, but gut science has come a really long way, and we now know that we are, as humans, more than 50% fungi and bacteria, and of that 50%, 54% of it use the shikimate pathway. And I can send you guys all the research on this stuff as well. And glyphosate is also a chelator, which means it binds to minerals in the soil. It binds to cobalt, copper, manganese, magnesium, and zinc, which are all essential minerals for the plant, but then also for us humans as well. I'm sorry, I'm chewing up the time a little bit. But glyphosate is really highly water soluble as well. So if it's sprayed on the footpaths, it's going to run out into the drains, into our water catchments, into the ocean, into everywhere. And we had our wines tested, which haven't used glyphosate for 15 years. We had them tested recently, and they had traces of glyphosate in them. They're hooked up to the McLaren Vale irrigation scheme. So when glyphosate enters the body, the first thing it does is break down the proteins, which help give structure to our epithelial cells, which leads to leaky gut, and now 90% of chronic disease has been related to leaky gut.
Nick, I just want to interrupt just to make sure that Lara's got some time to speak, and we can ask you questions, okay?
Yeah, no worries.
All right, Lara, off you go. That's okay.
Okay, since the dawn of...
I just need to press your button, please.
Thank you. Since the dawn of time, First People have been living sustainably in harmony together, caring for country. I'd like to acknowledge the layers of story held in time, the visible and the invisible, and those that have been purposefully hidden through the process of colonisation and the settling of unceded sovereign lands. I acknowledge the Kaurna people on the lands we gather today. Through the Western lens, we see land as a commodity belonging to us. When we ground ourselves in land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to care for it with more love and respect, to understand processes of cultural restoration. Glyphosate and pesticides negatively impact soil health and pollinators by disrupting beneficial soil microbes, harming earthworms, and affecting bees, cognition, and gut bacteria, even at very low doses, leading to reduced health of the environment. Soil is our most precious resource. It represents 99.9% of global species diversity, and it needs to be cared for. There are more living organisms in a teaspoon of soil than there are humans on the planet. Pollinators are critical for food production and healthy ecosystems, helping plants reproduce, and they're responsible for about 1 in every 3 bites of food that we eat. Byron Shire Council do not use any harmful herbicides around children's playgrounds and public areas. They have a bush regeneration team, hand weeding and revegetating A steam weeder is used in the cracks in pavements, and they also have implemented traditional cool burning methods with local mob Indigenous rangers to restore the identity of the landscape through germination, fuel reduction, and manage weeds. I do have a PowerPoint, but do I just press play? So this is a photo of a local gentleman's garden. So he restored the habitat, and here we have the blue-banded bees. How do you press play?
It might be that one there.
And some voices of the community. I asked what they thought about pesticide and glyphosate use, but it doesn't want to play.
We can make sure that everyone gets a copy of that afterwards, if that's all right.
Okay. So yeah, I propose that we trial a handful of pollinator parks and playgrounds free of glyphosate and harmful pesticide use in our local area. You can see just by this incredible photo here, this is somebody's back garden. They've not used chemicals, they've planted habitat, particularly for the blue-banded bee, and they've cared for the soil. So it's amazing the results one can achieve in one's own backyard.
Thank you, Lara. Sorry about the video, but we can definitely make sure your voices have been heard, and I'll see if we've got some questions. Are you both happy to take questions?
Sure.
For sure.
Councillor Platten. Can you press, maybe if you two, what are we up to? Sorry, we're just trying to, you get him?
Thank you. All good. Nick, this is really a question for you. You briefly spoke about leaky gut. I just wonder if you could tell me how glyphosate impacts that and maybe what the cascade of health conditions can be.
Yeah, no worries. Glyphosate actually performs amino acid mimicry, and it mimics the smallest of our amino acids, which is called glycine. So that's not essential. We all have that. But chemically, glyphosate is almost identical to this amino acid, and it will take the place of it, and then it breaks down the protein structure that helps to hold the epithelial cells together. And from there, so you've got a group of amino acids, and that's called a peptide, and they travel throughout our bodies, and they get to their innate destination, and then the body will break them down, and we use them for whatever that might be. And if glyphosate is in place of the glycine, then the body doesn't recognise that, and it's not able to use it, and therefore creating other kind of health issues, including inflammation, which cancer is, pretty well inflammation, chronic inflammation.
Thank you. This is probably for both of you. Lara, you've already really spoken to this about what you would like to see, but Nick, what would you like to see council do moving forward, probably in the next 1 to 2 years?
I think it's going to be way harder for the agricultural people to accept this. This is a massive paradigm shift that the world needs. So I believe this is the biggest issue the world is facing at the moment. But what we can do is stop using it at home. So it's just education. And, for me, I get so fired up about this stuff sometimes, but I've chosen not to argue with anybody. And I'm purely doing this stuff for education. And it's so important. I'm getting a bit active on our social media, and so many people just say they didn't even know that was a thing, and they'll stop using it. But there are a lot of councils around Australia as well that are doing steaming and burning and all these different things, that you can do. It just takes a little more time. There are actually organic herbicides as well that are not as effective. You probably have to spray them 2 to 4 times as much as what you would glyphosate. They're not good for soil health, but at least they don't cause cancer. But one of the biggest things, there's so many diseases that glyphosate is now linked to, but one of the biggest ones of them was autism as well. And I know if anybody's got children or they work in schools or anything, they know that autism is on the rise, seriously on the rise. Yeah. Sorry, I went a bit off track.
No, you're fine. And Lara, if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, sure. I think if we'd had the opportunity to listen to 12 voices from the community, it affects pets with the paws and the noses right to the ground. People are worried about cancer, worried about future generations, and, you know, how we can leave the environment better than what it is now. So if we don't start reassessing what we're doing, we need to make critical change. There's a great organisation, Local Futures, which is chaired by Eleanor, and she said if we can stop using poison, it'll only take 4 or 5 years to turn it around. So that's a very short time frame to make serious change. I've been attending the Willunga Farmers Market for 12 years now, and I'm an organic food producer. A lot of people come to me asking for support, for recommendations. You know, we produce organic food because we want our family to eat organic, but also to share that with friends and our community. We're very fortunate to live in between Carter, Kangaroo Island, and now Aldinga Beach. And our whole yard, my partner is a horticulturalist, is a food forest. So when we see the poison truck coming down the street, you know, we do have the green band in front of our house, and any weeds that come through the cracks, I use a small burner, which I bought from the Diggers Club at the Botanical Gardens to eliminate the weed, and I actually extend by 5 metres either side to ensure that I can try and protect the food bowl. But yeah, very concerned that some water results have come back which show that glyphosate is in our rainwater, it's in our tap water. So, you know, how can we water our vegetables and feed our families and our community and keep people safe? You know, we really need to try and look to other ways.
Councillor Fisher? Isn't this working?
Thank you, Mayor. Lara and Nick, thank you very much for your presentation. Nick especially. It's hard to talk about stories, certainly when they're so personal. You touched on the science, and as far as I'm concerned, I accept what you say in relation to the chemical. Can you enlighten us or let us know about any class actions, for instance, that might be going on overseas in relation to it? The use of glyphosate?
Yeah, the company who produce Roundup, Bayer Monsanto, are currently being sued by, well, they've managed to keep 140,000 people out of cancer patients out of court, and they've paid $18 billion in damages. Yep. And there are still 70,000 people suing them at the moment. And just last week, one of the main papers, called the Williams paper, was found to be ghost-written by Bayer Monsanto. So meaning that the researchers had done the paper themselves and then put it under a third party so that it was a bit more acceptable by the public, and that is the main paper in the top 0.1% of papers that has been relied upon when regarding human health and glyphosate. So, but now it has gone to the Supreme Court, and I don't know how long this whole process takes, but the company Bayer Monsanto are trying to get immunity at the moment. So any damages caused by glyphosate, you know, they just, people can't sue the company. So yeah, I spent 2 years really convincing myself of this and doing the research. And because of chemotherapy, I was pretty well bedridden for 6 months. So I had the time, we're all so time poor, but I had plenty of time and I was inquisitive. And I went and researched all this stuff. So, but then, I was 95% convinced, and then I started learning about the corruption behind it, and I'm just 100% convinced. It is just unbelievable what I'm learning now, and it sends shivers down my spine, and it is easily the hardest part of this whole journey, is to know that there are people doing this, and then I see my children and all of our children, just present in the community, and this stuff is being sprayed around. It is absolutely devastating. And I think a good way to look at it, because I try and think how to explain this to people so that they can understand. And smoking was first people thought smoking caused cancer 53 years before it was actually acknowledged mainstream. That was in 1910 or 20 or something, and only until the 1970s did they actually acknowledge that it caused cancer. And so glyphosate was first suspected of causing cancer in 1982, and now here we are nearly 50 years later. And the research is, there's papers coming out all the time relating these things to that. So, but can you imagine if we had podcasts in the 1930s, if we could listen to some of those researchers pouring their hearts out saying, "Don't stop smoking, it's causing cancer," or if we had access to Google Scholar. So we're so lucky these days, we can see all this stuff, but we're not acknowledging it, and it's slowly building up and causing a lot of damage. And it's not going to be long. A 22-year-old was diagnosed with bowel cancer not long ago. It's not going to be long before a teenager is. And that's going to be big.
Councillor Fisher, do you have another question?
Big news.
I have a couple.
Yep.
I have a couple.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm just conscious that we want to keep on as close to the topic as possible.
Yeah.
And it also relates to item 11.2, so I'm trying to keep it within that frame.
Cool.
Thanks, Nick.
Just a quick one then. What's your observation on Australian authorities, if you like, for want of a better word, acknowledging or not this particular issue?
This is where the corruption comes into it again. And I'm just starting to get into that now. And it is... So one of the board members of the people who make the decisions for us is building a herbicide factory at the moment. So they stand to benefit financially pretty well.
I'll just try and keep you, Councillor Fisher, to the item that you've got further in the agenda.
Okay. Thanks very much. And it is really appreciated.
Sharing no worries.
Personal stories in
Thanks
respect to that.
for
Lara, you
hearing
spoke
me.
about experiences, councils interstate, and you talked about pollen parks. Can you just elaborate and please explain what they're all about?
Sure. So I'm an apiarist, which is a beekeeper, and for the last 12 years I've been keeping bees. Bees and small insects, pollinators, do not like chemicals, pesticides and glyphosates. There's a lot of research on that. We've just had varroa mite introduced into the Onkaparinga Council, which will devastate the honeybee populations, which are big pollinators in this local council area. So I propose to do some trial runs to trial some pollinator parks around playgrounds, spaces where young children play, and measure to see things, use them as case studies. Pollination, watching butterflies, birds and bees is very relaxing and healing for the community. So I thought it would be wonderful to create spaces where community can go and know that there won't be any harmful chemicals sprayed. I find it quite triggering going into the environment because there's no signs when people are spraying. I don't know what chemicals they're using. I have my dogs with me. So I think, to have safe spaces where people have sensitivities that they know that they can go and there won't be harmful chemicals sprayed there, but also enhancing opportunities for pollination because we need pollinators for our food and for diversity of plants and for the health of the environment.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Dew.
Thank you for your deputation and appreciate your work on social media. I've seen it myself, so thank you. A couple questions. One is around weed control, but weed control at scale. We have 31 kilometres of coastline, large area. What are you touched on some examples, but do you have any ideas around how we might be able to do this at scale?
Are you talking the sand dunes and things like that?
No, I'm not. I'm just talking like our reserves, like just the scale of City of Onkaparinga is so large. And what's some things that we could adopt? Do you suggest it's small, like bespoke little sections of parcels of land or a whole of city approach? What?
Yeah, if you're doing it broader scale on that, like for agriculture is different, but I think coastal, I think it's a mentality shift as well. Like are the weeds really bothering anybody? Can we just normalise weeds with an understanding of what glyphosate does? I think you kind of don't really have a choice. So we can simply just live with them, really. Or if we really need to, you know, not offend anybody with the weeds, then I think it would be a little bit more of a labour cost, but using Slasher, which is an organic herbicide. And there are others coming out as well that are probably more effective. I haven't researched it enough.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
I have made some inquiries about it myself, and council, one of the things they suggested was, like Lara touched on, you can request like a green kind of zone where it's not sprayed. Do you think residents more broadly are aware of that, or maybe it requires more promotion?
I think so. Yeah, a lot of people I know have been aware of it. Some of my posts, people have written back saying they weren't aware, but yeah, maybe that could be advertised a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a letterbox drop, tell the story, and just say, because, you know, cancer hits hard, and then people will just put a what are they called? QR code on there, and people can do it a little bit easier. It's hard to find on those websites.
Sure. And then my last question is in relation to sort of a response I got from council was very much around economics being the metric. It's expensive to look at alternatives sometimes, and that this is most cost-effective way. And I just wondered what other metrics or measures that we could use that places value on other things than just the economics and the dollar. If you had any ideas around that, health was obviously one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite understand.
When I've made an inquiry to staff on behalf of residents about the herbicides, staff's advice has been that council, obviously with budget, has to be cost effective, and so herbicides can be the most cost effective approach to control it. And I'm just wondering if you are aware of any other ways that we can measure success.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think whatever we did, the cost would be going up. But I think the alternate is not ideal.
Lara, did you have?
Yeah, I see an opportunity to build relationships and connections with community and neighbours, you know, potentially showcasing or modelling maybe a street goes spray-free, how, you know, opportunity for meeting your neighbours if you have similar interests, or adopting a patch and getting the community on board to gather and work together collectively.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. It's greatly appreciated. As a young person, always growing up eating organic food, Mum and Dad were very hot onto that. I understand that it's built within me. We're speaking tonight, well, this has come up, and speaking in relation to Councillor Fisher's NOM, which is 11.2. I was wondering if you were both aware of that NOM and that the outcomes that it's seeking, and if there's anything else that you would like that report or that NOM to establish, and you would like the council to sort of consider, so we can get it into the report, and when it comes back and we debate it in, I think he's put March, we'll have a really comprehensive report that also includes what you guys are here to ask for.
I would really like to see some more signage happening when people are spraying, and a list of active ingredients, so that there is more awareness for the community to make the choice whether they want to be in that public space whilst the spray is being used. Often I see sprays being used just before children are walking to school, and on high wind days as well. So the spray, even if you have a green ban zone, you know, the spray will drift. Yeah, just mindful that we are sustainable as possible and like to grow our own food. So when the drifts spray, you know what I'm saying.
Yes, definitely. And anything, Nick, that you would also like to see added into the report?
I think this signage is a good one, and then zoning. I haven't actually seen that. I'm not really sure.
He's asking for conduct a comprehensive review of the current use of the glyphosate herbicides. This is just briefly explore and adopt alternative methods of weed and pest management that prioritise environmental health and safety, and prepare a comprehensive report on the utilisation and effects of glyphosate, various pesticides and alternative management
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I have wondered what the protocol is, because I've seen people turn up to areas that don't really need, or it'd actually be faster to pull the weeds out, but they're just dousing the whole area. And because glyphosate works by disrupting the shikimate pathway, which is fungi and bacteria, if it's in sterile soil, then it's just going to wash off.
Yeah.
So it can't actually do anything in dead soil.
Okay.
Yeah, so there could be areas, or, you know, maybe areas are sprayed more than once a year, or I'm not sure. But also a plant will eventually replace the glycine amino acid with alanine, and therefore it will become, and that's how they make Roundup-ready crops as well, genetically modified crops. They replace an amino acid so that that plant won't die, but plants will do that naturally as well over time. So glyphosate has a lifespan as well before the Mother Nature has a solution, you know. Because weeds really are a scab over a wound.
Yes.
You know, we've opened up a wound, she's healing, you know. Well, weed is a human concept, you know, it's a plant in a place where you don't want it.
Yes.
Councillor Wilkes, you got any more questions?
No, I will just thank you, and I'll make sure that those points are included. And thank you so much for your time for coming in tonight.
No worries.
Councillor Stafford?
Lara and Nick, just thank you very much for your presentation. Nick, I was wondering if you could continue on about the bit of glyphosate getting into the food and water supply, and how that ties into Onkaparinga using glyphosate-based herbicides.
It got into our wine, and that was a organic vineyard, which is certified regenerative organic, and they haven't used glyphosate for 15 years. So we sent in 8 wines, and 5 of them came back with traces of glyphosate, and 3 of them didn't. The 5 that were irrigated. But I need to do more research on that. I need to test the McLaren Vale irrigation scheme. But, you know, however that water is collected there that the vineyards feed from, that's where it's running in from. So it's highly water soluble, so wherever you spray it, it evaporates up. 80% of rainfall in America tests positive for glyphosate. I collected rainfall a couple of Saturdays ago in that big downpour, and I'm sending it off. And we've got others who have collected rainfall. It would vary at different times of the year, but it'd be there. But also in 1996, they introduced Roundup-ready crops, so crops that are genetically modified so that we can we can spray directly onto the plant and just kill the weeds underneath those plants. So it's entering into the food system on the food itself. So Wheat Bix, Sanitarium's Wheat Bix, has 400 times more glyphosate in it than our wine does. So,
Councillor Stafford, do you have another question?
No, I think that clarifies.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Lara and Nick. We really appreciate you coming this evening.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Our next deputation is Christopher LEMAR. Is Christopher here? There he is. Very welcome. Number 10, I think. If you wouldn't mind pressing number 9, turning it off. Thank you, Councillor Pritchard. And this item is regarding stormwater management at Christie's Beach. And you've got 8 minutes, and if you press the button in the middle, there we go. All yours.
All right, thank you. My name is Chris LEMAR, and I'm co-founder of the Adopt a Spot scheme, and I'm also a member of the Mid-Coast Surfing Reserve. And I'm here to talk about rainwater being collected and rebranded as stormwater in the Christie's Beach area particularly. Up there's a picture of the gross pollutant trap at the end of Beach Road, for those that don't know. That's the Port Noarlunga South Primary School who adopted the area, and they do weekly cleans for us at the Adopt Spot scheme. Not weekly cleans, sorry, regular cleans of the rocks and everything, of all the rubbish that comes out of the stormwater when it's running. So I've just got a lot of visuals here that I wanted to share with you. So I'm just going to go on to a video. It's a drone footage I took where I was allowed to take it, of the infill and the new suburbs, and this is up by Audi. Can I play that or not? Why not? Oh, there we go. So I'm just drawing your attention to how close the roofs are together, and the bitumen road and the car parks, and you can see there that there's not a lot of opportunity for rainwater to hit the ground at any point. It's all going to be collected on those roofs and in those roads. This is along Commercial Road. You can see there's no backyards, barely a front yard, a road out the front. You can see there's no room for even a water tank if they wanted one. This here again, this is part of the new development. These houses are all occupied. You can see there's nothing. There's not even a tree. Like, does anyone even have trees anymore? But there's also no rainwater tanks either. So the problem that I've got with it, and I'll just get to the end of that video, there's a few from looking at the road. So there's a couple of houses close together, what it looks like. Look at that beauty. Wouldn't you love to live there? So they're side by side, so not a drop of rain. There's an old and a new house side by side where they subdivided and completely took up the whole area. So back 40 years ago, when the gross pollutant trap was first built, Christie's Beach was mostly a single house on a quarter-acre block, as in the diagram there. So you can see there that when you get a load of rain, a lot of it's going to be taken up in the backyard. You've opportunity there for a rainwater tank if you want one, but it's not all just going to hit the roof and run out onto the road, as is the case with the new developments. Just this next one. The other issue there is that you only got room for 2 cars, which means if you look at that family there'd be one behind the roller door, one in the driveway and 2 on the road. That'd probably be the son and the daughter's car, because they're going to be at home until they're 50 because they can't afford to buy a house. We're going to have all these cars out the front, which makes it really hard to even run a road sweeper. I don't think I've seen a road sweeper operating in Onkaparinga Council for years. I can't remember the last time I saw one. Doesn't mean they're not, but that's probably a good reason why they aren't. All the cars up the drive. Just to give you some perspective, so 30 mil of rain, 1 inch, falling on 1 square metre of ground equals 30 litres of water, or 3 buckets. So what I'm getting at there, if you had 30 mil of rain over a 24-hour period, as we did in the last rain, you can see that rainwater there will just be sitting on the ground. It will soak in over time, and then eventually it'll evaporate and won't enter into the rainwater system at all. But when you are harvesting rainwater like we are here, that causes a problem, because nearly every single drop of rain is going to be heading towards the ocean or retained. This is obviously not Christie's Beach, this is Seaford Meadows. I couldn't fly over Christie's Beach to get you an accurate measure. So here's my main point now. So this is the gross pollutant trap at the end of Beach Road. Now, I went down there. When I got there, I saw that it was flowing fairly strongly, so I went onto the BOM website, and I looked at it and I said, what is the rainfall for Christie's Beach? And it said 14 mil in the last 24 hours. So this is 14 mil of rain. And the colour of that water is disgusting. It doesn't show up, unfortunately, but you can see the contrast when it gets to see the bridge and the landing that leads right into the impact zone of the stormwater. And on the same day, I went up the street, and this is Christie's Creek, 14 mil of rain, flooding down that, and that water is really putrid. That's got 94 stormwater outlets into it, just from Christie's Beach alone. Actually, and up further as well, sorry, Huntfield Heights area. That was going out on the same day. That's 14 mil. So in my opinion, 14 mil of rain should not be entering a stormwater system. That's not a storm. 14 mil is a decent drop at best. That's good for the garden. It's not a storm. I don't know why we're pumping it into the ocean, but anyway, we go along. I came back to the trap the following day, and as you can see, there's the leftover organic material mixed in with the rubbish. The organic material is very relevant when it comes to the algae bloom, but I hope I can speak to that a bit later so I don't blow all my time. But it's very relevant that there's just as much organic material in that trap as there is rubbish. Going next, now the Witten Bluff Base Trail, if you want to follow it from Port Noarlunga, where does it end? Right at the gross pollutant trap, the ugliest, filthiest part of Christie's Beach that there is. So, and then if you want to go and eat at a restaurant, there's a pop-up restaurant just set up. There they are, sitting up there, and see what they're sitting above. That stinking mess. I'll just go back one. Sorry. See that pool of water in front? That pool of water is putrid and it's just sitting there. It didn't make it over the sandbar after the last rain, so that's just all pooling at the base of the gross pollutant trap. There's a close-up of it. Looks like a monster with its last meal stuck in its teeth. Got everything in there. 40 years old, I should say. I just wanted to remind you that it's 40 years old. And there is the trail down onto the beach that walks right into that mess. So there's a view from the restaurant looking out. You can see how that pool's stuck in behind the dunes. So what I'm hoping for is a thorough review of the quality and the environmental impact of the rainwater exiting the gross pollutant trap at the end of Beach Road and the discharge from Christie's Creek while you're at it. A serious investigation with a view to decommissioning the gross pollutant trap by diverting rain inland to lower-lying areas to the east where it can be stored, used where possible and allowed to evaporate over time. I'd like you to investigate claiming land for the creation of wetlands with a view to sending all rainwater harvested on the mid-coast inland to the east. And what I'm meaning by that is the whole of the esplanade on the south of the river is all above, is the highest part of the ground. All of that, those houses there, all that stormwater can be run backwards into wetlands in the low-lying areas behind there. And I'd also, because 8 minutes is an incredibly short amount of time, I'd also like an opportunity to discuss further with stakeholders, council members and local MPs. 10 seconds left.
Chris, just check now. Are you happy to have questions?
Yep.
Go ahead. Councillor Wilkes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time, Chris. It's greatly appreciated. I'm going to start with, do you think the rainwater that's captured and discharged through this stormwater or rainwater system contributed to the algal bloom?
Contributing to it, yes. I do believe that based on the facts that were presented to us at the 2 community meetings that were held in the area. They pointed out that there was a rise in sea temperatures. There was abnormally strong sea temperatures, which we can't do anything about. I don't suppose they're going to get cooler. And they talked about the upwelling. Well, the Bonnie upwelling happens every year anyway. So the only other one was nutrients coming out of the Murray. So if you look at if you look at the Gulf compared to the Murray incident, that was an enormous amount of water coming down, but into an enormous body of water. So what we've got in the Gulf is very shallow Gulf from side to side and isn't that far across, and it doesn't go up all that high, and so it's not a big body of water. So the water that's in there just moves around like this. It doesn't flush out. So if you combine the gross pollutant trap at Christie's Beach and Christie's Creek and the Edward Street drain at Brighton, the Young Street drain at Brighton as well, there's 2 there, you combine all of them, all acting at once, feeding nutrients and leaf litter and debris, whatever, into the Gulf at the same time, you've almost got a mini setup, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? It's like a smaller model of the same thing.
Definitely.
So
Chris,
if they believe it, I'm going by what they told me.
Definitely. It's definitely clarified as one of their 3 top things is that extra nutrients in the water, so you're 100% right there. Do you believe that gross pollutant trap could be detrimental to tourism with the smell and the...
Well, as if you walk along the Whitten Bluff Base Trail.
Have you smelt it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go there quite a lot. Because you imagine that the trail, love it or hate it, I actually like it, and I do use it. But like I said, if you start at Port Noarlunga, you're in for a shock when you get to the other end. And people aren't going to keep coming back to that. And they might eat at that restaurant once. And what I always learnt was that when people had a good experience at a place, they'd tell 2 people, but if they had a bad experience, they'd tell 10 people. And so I think saying, we went to Christie's Beach the other day to have a look around, and the restaurant was nice, the food was nice, but the beach is a mess. It's covered in rubbish, filth. It stinks, the water stinks, and so yes, that would be detrimental to... We don't know how detrimental it is, but it's not. But if it's your, what would you call it? I'm just trying to think of a word. If that's your main thing, if that beach is the main thing about Christie's Beach, which to me it is, then to me that gross pollutant trap's got to go. It's the worst thing that ever come about. It's 40 years old. It was built when there wasn't even plastics and crap getting flushed into the stormwater system.
You've got your requests on the screen. I've built motion 11.9, which the chamber will be debating tonight on those requests. I just wanted you to just maybe lastly just elaborate on your thoughts on harvesting and storing rainwater and how that would improve the situation.
Right, so on a personal level, every house, in my opinion, moving forward should have rainwater tank as part of the deal. It should be, well, it can be plumbed to anywhere in the house, but at the very minimum plumbed to the grey water system so that it's operating the toilet and the shower and that sort of thing without necessarily being drinking water. So that's, I think that's an important step forward. If you're going to build everyone gutter to gutter, you've got to capture some of the water. And so rainwater tank is the obvious thing. And that's going to be a cost to the person building the houses, but I don't know, government subsidies, rebates, whatever, however you can make it work. And also with the harvesting inland, in those pools there, it's just an efficient way of getting rid of the excess water because you can pump it and use it, but the best thing is just evaporation. It sits there long enough between showers, you're going to lose nearly swore then. You're going to lose a lot of the water to evaporation. Okay.
Well done, Chris. That was excellent discipline.
So that's why that's important. And once the water's sitting there, people start to get creative. And they start thinking, well, what can we do with this water? And then we're going to start watering the ovals with it, or, you know, that's pretty lame, but more adventurous things than just watering ovals. But once it's there, it's there. While it's not there, no one's thinking about it. But we can store it. There's so much low-lying areas. Now, running the water at Christie's Beach back inland, well, that's going to be a real challenge because just of the way it's set up. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. We pump sand 30 k's
and
down
let's
the
hope
beach.
the report can highlight some great ideas. Chris, thank you so much for your time.
Right,
Hopefully there's some other questions.
Councillor Platten.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris.
Hey.
Do you ever see children playing in the water around the gross pollutant trap?
No. Only the school kids, but they're trained in how to step into that water. But I do see people jumping the fence to avoid walking through it and taking their dogs the long way because they want to lick it because it is fresh water that side, but it's just a bit, yeah. But I don't think I've seen children playing it. But I don't live there. I live at Moana, so
okay.
Yeah.
How long will the cesspool water stay there? Have you noted that?
Well, that was that photograph I took there was not yesterday, the day before, and that big rain was a week previous, so it's been there seven days.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I haven't been back today to see it.
Okay, and through your research, all the water that's going into that rainwater drain, where does that originate? Where does it come from?
From the gross pollutant trap. Well, with the last meeting I had with the council, and we were talking about cigarette butts, I said to where the cigarette butts that are thrown on the ground at Bunnings car park, where do they come out? And he said the gross pollutant trap, Beach Road. So there's where your water's coming from, all up there. You do have existing wetlands along the Onkaparinga, which could, in my opinion, be extended. I'd love to go out and have a proper look at it. You might lose a bowling club and have to buy them a new one or something, but you know that's how tough you've got to be on these things. The Gulf is dying. It's a mess, and we all rely on it. And I don't know what the price of doing nothing is going to be, but I expect it's going to be huge eventually. You look at the tourism already, just on the algae bloom alone. I think it's important that we have a look at what we can do and not say what we can't do, because we're not engineers and we're not hydrologists and we're not McConnell Dow engineers and people like that. So we wouldn't know what could be done. None of us in this room would know what could be done because it's amazing things are happening out there.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you coming this evening. Our next deputation is Yvonne Wenham. If you'd like to come forward. Yvonne, we're at number 10. Yvonne's speaking to items that will be reports at 9.3 and 9.14. And I think you know how to press that button. Making room for as many people as possible. Yes, certainly. If Councillor Pritchard can help you with that. And your time starts now. Off you go.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Tonight, OCW addresses two matters that go to the...
Just telling people what OCW, because not everyone will know the acronym.
Council Watch. Two matters that go to the core of lawful governance, transparency and public trust. The inquiry procedure, now in place for almost 4 years, and governance, financial probity and consultation failures with the affordable housing strategy. Both issues reveal the same problem. Councillors have been required to make decisions without the information they are legally entitled to, and the community has been excluded from decisions that significantly impact them. Firstly, the EM inquiry procedure. The central governance problem is under the Local Government Act, councillors must be given all information necessary to fulfil their responsibilities. Sections 99 and 132A require the CEO to ensure councillors have access to any documents reasonably required for oversight and decision-making. These obligations are mandatory. They are not subject to resource limitations, and they cannot be overridden by internal policies. Yet since October 21, the EM inquiry procedure has included Section 7.3, which allows managers to refuse information requests if they consider them a substantial use of staff resources, forcing councillors to seek political approval through a notice of motion. This power to refuse does not exist in the Act. By creating it, Council has added a barrier to information access that legislation does not permit. This renders Section 7.3 ultra vires and inconsistent with councillors' statutory rights. The consequences are reduced transparency and impaired oversight. Because of Section 7.3, inquiries have been filtered and rejected. Critical information has been withheld, and councillors have made decisions without the material the Act requires them to receive. No audit has been conducted on how many inquiries were refused. Across 2 terms of council, this has resulted in a systemic weakening of governance. Real cases demonstrate it's a systemic failure. Example 1, a councillor requested information on memberships and subscriptions. The request was refused under Section 7.3, and the council was told a notice of motion was required, a political vote to obtain administrative information. Only after OCW publicly raised concerns was partial information later provided. And example 2, a council requested documents from a strategic review. They were told the material was confidential and not informed that they were entitled to view it. The same document was later released under FOI to the public. An elected member was denied information that an ordinary resident could access. These are not isolated issues. They show an entrenched administrative culture of opacity and gatekeeping. Further to cultural context, the 21 EM inquiry review recorded staff frustration with inquiry volume and the view it takes them away from their core work and responsibilities. And the consultant suggested a cultural review. No evidence indicates that review was ever undertaken. But tonight's agenda continues this mindset because it proposes to reduce service standards as a solution to too many inquiries. But the problem is not too many inquiries. It is inadequate systems, poor data extraction and insufficient governance staffing. We call on Council to remove Section 7.3 immediately, suspend the procedure pending legal review and order all refusals since 2021. Resource the EM inquiry function properly and restore councillor access to rights under the Act. Councillors cannot comply with Sections 59 and 62 of the Act without full information. Transparency is not optional, it's a legislative requirement. Part 2 of our deputation is about affordable housing, and we're concerned that the strategy was adopted without mandatory public consultation, with no financial oversight and following incorrect advice communicated during deliberations. These failures have compromised the validity and integrity of the decision. The central governance breach. Prior to the meeting, staff advised the Mayor that the strategy required public consultation because it's a strategic plan. This advice was not shared with councillors during debate, and instead through debate led by the Deputy Mayor, councillors were told the action plan would contain community engagement mechanisms. This was false. The action plan is simply an internal accountable document with no consultation provisions. The strategy itself also contains no future consultation pathways. The only reference to engagement was the expectation that the draft strategy be released for public consultation, which never occurred. As a result, councillors unknowingly breached council's community engagement framework, materially compromising the decision that you made. The timeline reveals a flawed and circular timeline. In April 24, council resolved to develop the strategy. In March 25, a consultation is run on leasing 6,000 square metres of community land at Port Wollonga as part of a pilot project before the strategy even existed. In May 25, that consultation process closed. And in June 25, council adopted the strategy without public consultation. And in July 25, the Port Wollonga pilot project consultation results are reported, aligned to a strategy that the community had never seen. The strategy adopted without consultation was then used to justify decisions it should never have guided. This is a circular and procedurally unsound decision-making. The strategy departed from council's stated intent because when council first talked about it in 24, the intent was very clear. It was to advocate, influence state and federal policy and improve planning settings. At no stage did council say that it would identify community land for development, enable specific housing providers or facilitate proposals using land intended to reduce council debt. Yet the final strategy moved council into new operational responsibilities, triggering mandatory public consultation. There are probity risks. Several decisions have created unavoidable perceptions of preferential treatment. The same organisation has presented 2 deputations to council seeking access to community land. On site, one site was withdrawn due to community opposition, and council then began identifying alternative sites for the same organisation and the purpose of tonight's agenda item. That organisation is also proposed as a participant in upcoming expression of interest process. No allegation of wrongdoing is made, but probity requires not just actual impartiality, but the appearance of it, and that appearance has now been completely compromised. Significant unexamined financial risks are evident with the Port Wollonga pilot project, which highlights major unaccessible financial exposure. A 700 square metre ALDINGA block sold for $730,000. Land in Port Wollonga is worth more. A 6,000 square metre site for the pilot could mean $6.25 million in lost asset value. This land is part of council's surplus asset pool, meant to reduce debt by raising $3 million annually for 10 years. Leasing it forfeits this value, yet councillors were never informed of the impact. No financial modelling, no valuation was conducted at any time when council approved the pilot consultation, adopted the strategy or proceeded with identifying surplus land. This situation indicates a significant lapse in financial governance oversight. I've nearly finished.
Sorry, you got another minute? Another sentence?
Less than a minute.
Okay,
And
30 seconds, off you go, keep going.
This situation indicates a significant lapse in financial and governance oversight. We call on council to pause implementation of the strategy, disclose all financial impacts, including land valuations and effects on debt reduction, reset the expression of interest process to ensure probity and fairness, and conduct the required public consultation with full financial disclosure. In closing, affordable housing matters, and it matters deeply, but public trust, lawful process and sound governance matters more. We urge council to restore compliance, rebuild trust and ensure transparency is placed at the centre of every decision. Most importantly, consult with the community that you're elected to serve.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Themialotis.
Wow, okay, thank you. A couple of questions, Yvonne. First question is around the EM inquiry system. Is there any other takeaways or concerns you have with the EM inquiry system that you can share with the elected members?
Look, I guess the first thing that comes to mind is that in the background section on the report, it only talks about elected members' obligations under the legislation. It doesn't say anything about the administration's or the CEO's role with legislative obligations with providing information. And the point that's referred to when it talks about the legislation, when it's talking about elected members, is stuff that's captured under conduct. So if there was to be a problem, that's a conduct issue. It's not something that kind of fits in that space. And, you know, I've been on council, and there's a notable shift in the tone of the policy. And looking at other councils' examples, I guess, as well, it's a policy. This is a procedure. Other councils' policies are focused on legislation and what's required to be delivered to councils in legislation. And when it talks about extra information or when something's required to go to council, it's when the CEO has exhausted all avenues, because the onus is on the CEO to provide that information and find a way to provide that information. And then when all avenues have been exhausted, that's when it triggers something to come to council.
Okay, and then my final question, so you provided a couple of recommendations here. If council or this chamber refuses not to take on those recommendations, what do you think the repercussions could be of that?
I think you'd probably be looking at some pretty serious investigations by the Ombudsman, and probably they would still occur anyway.
Thanks, Yvonne. There was a lot there to get through, so dropped a couple of things, notes down there. That's 7.4. Just go to the EM policy first. That's 7.3. That's in our policy on page 350 on the paper. It says, and this is what you seem to have a concern with. Where a manager, can I just read it? Where a manager determines that responding to an EM inquiry would require substantial resources, they will advise the submitting elected member that the matter is better addressed through a notice of motion to council. You're saying that's wrong in what, legislation, in process?
I'm saying it's wrong in legislation because the legislation prescribes the authority to the CEO, and the CEO can't delegate that back to the council. And the information's provided to the councillors individually. So what in effect you would be doing is, as a decision-making body, you are deciding how another elected member will or will not receive information. You don't have that delegated authority. That the legislation is very, very clear that that's the CEO's role. And he can't delegate that back to the council unless, like I was saying, that every avenue's been exhausted and there's no option left. It would then come to council, but it wouldn't come to council in the way that it's proposed in this procedure.
So what you're saying, if I can clarify, what you're saying is if elected member under this policy, there was an inquiry put in, it was substantial resources required to fulfil it, you bring a nom to the chamber, you're actually looking for your peers to support you to get that information that you're asking for. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's completely wrong. Our understanding is it's ultra vires. It's beyond your power to make that decision to restrict another councillor's access to information.
Okay, and just one question in relation to the affordable housing strategy. You mentioned that the fact that council made the decision not to go to public consultation on that policy, you're saying that by the mandatory, that's something we had to do?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So the legislation's very clear on what prescribes council under the law to take out to public consultation. Strategic plans are included in that. And when it's not specifically stated in the legislation, what is stated in the legislation is it refers back to council's community engagement framework. And based on council's own community engagement framework, like what I said when I talked about I didn't get to that bit actually, I glossed straight over it because I was running out of time. But council's community engagement framework mandates consultation when there are changes in responsibilities, impacts to community assets, significant financial implications, or high public interest. So the strategy met all of the criteria. So it was a mandatory requirement by your own policy documents.
Okay, thank you.
Can you turn your microphone? Thank you. Councillor Wilkes.
Going to have a go at a question because that was a lot of information. So I suppose I'll start with, like you mentioned, about that community. Like, you know, when that came to the chamber, we did highlight that it seemed quite strange. We were looking at actually how to manage community land management while we were also debating leasing that land to a community, and those questions were shut. So I can understand where you're saying that it seems difficult. Now, I'm just going to have a go. So if we have another 2 policies coming up tonight, the 19.4 that you've highlighted, 9.14 that you've highlighted is something that we should be looking at with greater detail, but also the 9.16 that's come up. If we've asked questions around particular processes and procedures that we're not happy with, then Section 7.3 means that we cannot actually be refused information about those particular procedures. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Okay. So the legislation prescribes your ability to access information, not your procedure.
Okay, to access information. What about information about that procedure?
What do you mean? I'm not following.
I'm gonna try and rewrite it. Hopefully, someone else answers.
All right.
Yeah. I guess my response is, you know, if council's having workshops on significant strategies like new strategies like affordable housing, and it is considering, you know, financial impacts, I think it's just really important to. There's none of that information on the public record, and the core of lawful governance is transparency and public trust. And you can't deliver that if you're having discussions about such significant matters with significant financial implications, with none of that being on a public record done through council workshops. That doesn't sound right at all.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Our next... I'm just conscious of our time, and I do want to, we are at 8:30. I would like to keep going, if that's okay with everyone, but I will need a motion for us to keep going. Councillor Fisher? Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, I'll move that way.
Thank you. Councillor Platten? All in favour? Against? Carried. I'd like to invite Luke Poulton up as the next deputation, please, if you'd like to come to the microphone at 10. And
that's this one, sorry?
Yes, yeah. That's the one. If you just press the... Councillor Fisher, did you want to... Would you like to undo your microphone? Sorry, yes, I'll just... I'm just curating a few things. Just hang on a second. Nick, we have a couple of conflicts of interest. Councillor Fisher.
Mayor, I identify a conflict of interest as material. I'm a deputy member of the CAP. And I'm paid for those services.
So you're leaving the chamber?
I'll leave the chamber. I intend to leave the meeting.
Thank you. Can you pass your conflict of interest? Councillor Greaves?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to declare a conflict of interest as council's member on the CAP. While it's unfortunate, I would like to listen to debate, but being a decision maker in this, I need to remove myself from the chamber.
Thank you. I appreciate the challenge that is. And so we'd like to welcome Luke Poulton, and I'll just wait till our 2 elected members leave. And just to remind us all that while this is a matter for the council assessment panel, it's not a we're not the decision-making body, but I have given permission for Mr Poulton to share his concerns with us, but the decision actually belongs to the council assessment panel. And you've got 8 minutes. You've been here long enough now, so you know the drill. But thank you for your patience. Off you go.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Luke Poulton, and I'm here tonight on behalf of a large group of local residents who are deeply concerned about the proposal to establish a plastic manufacturing facility in the middle of a suburban neighbourhood. Before I outline those concerns, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. This community is not opposed to development, they are not opposed to housing on this land, and they are not opposed to low-impact commercial uses similar to the proposed Hurdle Plaza. In fact, many residents have said they welcome sensible redevelopment of this site. The concern is very specifically about this proposal, a plastic production facility involving heat processes, chemical handling, machinery, heavy vehicle movements and industrial scale operations that are entirely out of character for a residential suburb. Over the next few minutes, I would like to outline the key issues raised by residents, the scale of the community response and the clear, reasonable action we are asking Council to take. Number one, plastic manufacturing is not light industrial. While the proponents may describe the activity as light industrial, residents know that plastic manufacturing is categorically different from low-impact industry. Unlike a packing shed or warehousing facility, plastic production involves heating processes, ventilation systems, odour-producing activities, and the storage and handling of materials that require specific safety precautions. This is not the type of activity people expect to have metres away from a family home, a child's bedroom window, or a backyard where people gather, eat and play. Placing this kind of operation in a residential area is simply inappropriate, and residents are concerned that calling it light industrial understates the potential impacts. Number two, odours and air quality concerns. Even medical grade plastics can generate fumes, odours, particulate matters and chemical byproducts. Residents are rightfully anxious about these emissions occurring so close to where they live. People are asking, what will we be breathing? Will the smell affect our homes, our washing, our children's outdoor play? What are the long-term health implications? These are not unreasonable questions. They are basic questions any community would ask when confronted with a new industrial process proposed only metres away. To date, residents feel they have not been provided with sufficient independent assurances that there will be no negative effects on air quality. Number three, noisy machinery and operating hours. Residents are also concerned about the noise profile of this facility. Plastic production involves machinery, extraction fans, compressors, ventilation units and continuous operation equipment that is vastly different from the soundscape of a packing facility or office. There is genuine fear that the noise generated by this facility, especially if operations extend beyond standard daylight hours, will have a significant and ongoing impact in the livability of the surrounding homes. Noise is not just an inconvenience. Chronic industrial noise affects sleep, health, stress levels and general well-being. Number four, traffic, road safety and heavy vehicles. The introduction of a plastic manufacturing facility into a suburban street network raises serious concerns about traffic and safety. Residents have already identified likely increases in truck movements, issues with vehicles entering and exiting narrow residential streets, additional parking demands from staff and contractors, the impact on children who walk or ride to school, and congestion during the morning and evening peaks. Put simply, these streets were not designed to carry this level of industrial traffic. Changing their function without adequate planning will have lasting consequences for the community. Number five, environmental and ecosystem impacts. The potential environmental impacts of a plastic production, including chemical handling, waste byproducts, and the risk of accidental contamination are not minor concerns. Residents are worried about effects on local waterways, impacts on wildlife, disposal and storage of chemicals, long-term environmental degradation. While the proponents may assert that risks are low, residents want independent verification, not assurances from the developer. Number six, community impact and loss of amenity. Beyond the technical issues, there is a human, emotional and social impact that cannot be discounted. Residents are distressed. When this land was first released, residents were sold a very specific vision. It was marketed as the pinnacle of Hurdle Grove living, a limited collection of exclusive villa allotments nestled beside established gardens and a historic heritage precinct. At no point was there any suggestion that light industry, let alone a plastic manufacturing facility, would one be introduced next to this landscape. People bought here based on that promise. They committed their finances, their families and their futures to what was presented as a peaceful, premium residential community. Today, they feel that vision has shifted dramatically and understandably so. People have expressed real anxiety about what this means for their quality of life, their ability to enjoy their homes, their children's safety, their outdoor spaces, their future desirability and stability of the suburb. While property values are not the core of tonight's decision, they are part of the lived realities for the families whose biggest asset is their home. Residents are not being unreasonable in wanting to protect the character and amenity of the neighbourhood they invested in. The original marketing for this land is still easy to find. It paints a picture of tranquility, green space and residential prestige. Nothing in that marketing indicates that residents might one day be living inside light industry or a plastic processing facility. This omission matters because it shaped the decision families made when they chose to buy here. This is not about opposing development. It's about holding true to the residential character and amenity that people were promised from the outset. Number 7, the scale of community opposition. The strength of community feeling on this issue has been undeniable. In just 1 week, I have gathered more than 690 residents to join a Facebook group established to oppose this proposal. Collectively, we have now, at time of writing, collected 1,052 signatures digitally and manually from people in this area and the surrounding. It's still climbing, and I can guarantee when I leave this office it will be even higher than that number now. This is not a fringe ejection. This is not a minority group. This is a broad and rapidly growing community movement. People do not organise this quickly unless they feel deeply that something is wrong. The speed and scale of response clearly demonstrates that this proposal does not have social licence within this community. Number 8, residents are not opposed to the right to develop, just the wrong use. To reiterate, residents are not resistant to redevelopment of this site. They understand that land use evolves and they are open to change. They support housing, low-impact commercial uses. Plastic manufacturing sits well outside what people reasonably expect or accept in a suburban setting. It's not the right use for this location. What residents are asking of Council? On behalf of the community, we respectfully ask Council to, number 1, reject the proposed plastic manufacturing facility due to its incompatibility with the surrounding residential land use. Number 2, at a minimum, require a series of independent, rigorous assessments of odour, air quality, noise, traffic, environmental risk and operational impact before this proposal is allowed to progress. Residents are not trying to block sensible development. They're not seeking to stall economic activity or job creation. They simply want development that is appropriate, safe and compatible with the character of the area they call home. This is a reasonable expectation and one that aligns with good planning practice and community wellbeing. Closing. Thank you for listening and thank you for the opportunity to represent the concerns of the residents who care deeply about the future of this neighbourhood. They ask that you consider not just what this factory would mean today, but what it would mean 5, 10, 20 years from now for the families who live here now and for the families who will come after them. We urge you to make a decision that protects the amenity, safety and livability of this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Take a nice deep breath. And I'll also ask the community to refrain from...
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. Just to remind you and all the people who are here tonight that this is not the decision-making body, but we do appreciate your passion and your ability to mobilise the community. That's something everyone in this chamber values highly. So take a breath, and we do have some questions for you if you're happy to take those.
Yeah, I'll take a couple. Yeah, that's fine.
And the first question is from Councillor Platten.
Thank you very much, Luke.
Nice.
And for your first time, I think you did extremely well.
Thank you.
Having my first deputation about a planning matter, I know that it can be incredibly frustrating speaking to a chamber that can't do anything for you. Have you been directed by administration on how to speak to CAP?
There's another event in March that I needed before as well, and I'm more than willing to come back then too. So
fantastic.
Yeah. And I'll just keep those numbers climbing in between now and then. So yeah.
No, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And you obviously intend to do that.
Yep.
Have you been directed on how a petition has to be submitted?
Yep. I've got one that works and it's right, and we've got a digital one that's set up properly too, and it's going to count. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
I believe he's well supported by his local member of Parliament, and who's very welcome this evening as well. Nice to see you here. Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Luke, for your time and your information and advocating for community. Really, it's a technical question that might be better for staff, but I wondered if you're aware if this is on public notification and consultation?
Yeah, so currently it's on public notification and consultation, which was from the 25th of November until the 17th of December. Conveniently, nobody in the area knew about it. 95% of doors that I have knocked on did not know. And from my understanding, the legal obligation is 60 metres around the development. Kantilaftas Road is a state road. They don't have to do it. Reynell Road they did. Bunnings they didn't do, and the other side where Hurdle Grove is, it's not close enough. So the only people that actually got notified were probably 100 metre stretch.
Thank
Thank you. That's
No worries.
wonderful.
No
And
worries.
Councillor Davis, can you turn off your mic? Thank you.
Hi, Luke. Thank you. I just want to talk a little bit around where the facility currently is. Have you been down and had a look down there? Where
Sure
they
have. I've
currently
lived there
are?
for 9 years. Yep.
Yeah. And what does that look like? Is that in
At the
a
moment,
residential area similar, or is it in a quite industrial area?
I wouldn't call it industrial. I wouldn't really call Bunnings industrial. I'd call it more a retail outlet.
No. Where the company that's coming up to do the...
Oh, St Mary's. Yeah, that's a Castle Plaza area is a far more industrial area than Renella East, old Renella type area for sure.
So it's much different sort of
definitely.
thing. Yep, beautiful.
Definitely better suited for somewhere like Lonsdale, in my opinion. But Yep.
Now, you've obviously done extensive consultation with residents, which I admire greatly. Very good. And have you been having those conversations around that most people are happy to have houses put in there?
100%, yeah. And one of the key things that I've been discussing with people also is that, look, you need to come to a realisation that something at some point is going to have to go in this space, and it's what do you want? Do you want this or do you want that? And at the end of the day, collectively, once we've heard about this, put 400 houses there, we'd be fine with it. It's like, at the end of the day, it's just as good for the economy, if not better. You're going to have multiple people that are going to contribute instead of one big factory. I just think it's a far better choice to fill it with housing than to fill it with industrial purposes where there is a fit place in our area 5 minutes down the road for it. So,
and you're confident you're talking on behalf of most of the residents?
100%, yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your deputation and your passion. I always believe when it's right next to your own house, it's something that you really need to make sure that you...
Like I've explained, I've got a 9-month-old and a 3.5 daughter, and my daughter was born with a hole in her heart, and do you think that the thing I want to be dealing with is adverse health implications later on in life because of something like this that doesn't need to go there, that got put there? You know,
Definitely.
So
that's okay. So we have a space in our agendas for urgent business, so I was just, happy if I bring up a motion in urgent business that asks the Mayor to write to the Planning Department to express your concern and how you've come tonight. And we've written down your 8 particular reasons why you don't want that in the area. Are you okay with us to share those 8?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware or not, but I was on 5AA this morning, ABC Drive this afternoon, and I was on 7 News this afternoon at 6 p.m. as well. So there's plenty of information and plenty going on, and I reckon it would have blown up since I've been here because it was all on the news since I've been sitting in here. So
good.
Yeah.
That's excellent. So we'll try and get some action as much as we can do from our chain, because like we said, that CAP meeting is where really they make that decision. So.
And I'll tell you now, like I had paper petitions around the area, right? And it was hard because it only can go so fast. The second the online one came online, it was 299 first day. It doubled that the second day. And we literally went from me going home with 300 signatures on paper and people bringing me forms back to 1,000. And like I found out about this on the 1st. I got a response from council on the 2nd. What's the date today? The 8th. So in 6 days, I've walked our neighbourhood and done all of this and got 1,050 people on board. So I think that speaks volumes for what people in this area think.
Awesome. That's so great. I admire your
thank you.
drive there. Keep it up, mate.
Cheers.
Thank you, Luke. I don't see any further questions, but thank you for coming this evening.
No worries. Cheers.
And I'll just, if there are others who need to leave, that would be handy. Thank you, Councillor. Can I just ask the gallery to be, I appreciate, can you go and celebrate with Luke outside rather than in the chamber, please? We have a considerable amount of work to do this evening. I will just grab our 2 elected councillors who have left the room to come back. And while they're on their way back, I just wouldn't mind, we've got a quorum so I can put this to you all. Do you wish to have a 10-minute break now? And if so, I'd need someone to move that motion. Thank you, Councillor Themilotis. Seconded, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Okay, 10 more minutes and I will ring the bells then. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we are beginning again. Thank you very much, everyone, for returning so promptly. Just checking that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Okay, we're now up to the part of our meeting which are the reports of committees, items 8 through to 8.1 to 8.4. Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to move as written.
Thank you. Do you wish to debate?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just in the interest of time, you all know how wonderful the Audit and Risk Committee is.
We do.
We do a great job. I just wanted to point out a couple of items in here. One was the support that the Audit and Risk Committee has for the workforce plan. Very supportive of the fact that Onkaparinga is one of the first councils to produce a workforce plan, so they're very keen on seeing that progress. The second one is around the water assets review and a big push from the Audit and Risk Committee and support for council to advocate to state government and to SA Water on improved wholesale pricing, which they're trying to get so that we can distribute some recycled water.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Mayor, I'd love to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Any further questions? Debate? Councillor Pritchard. Would you like to close debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And please extend our thanks to the good work that is done by Audit and Risk. It is very much appreciated. Item 8.2, Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll move it.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? No. Councillor Platten.
Happy to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton, did you wish to close debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Councillor Stafford, you do need to vote. Item 8.3, Councillor Platten.
Happy to move as written.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eaton.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Wilkes.
Yes, I'd just like to make a little comment about these Performance Management Committee meetings. While it is extremely...
These minutes, the December 3 minutes, was there something in that particularly?
I'm talking.
And I'm just checking, was it to do with the minutes of this meeting, that meeting?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So they are right next to the December 2nd meeting.
Yep.
And I just wanted to comment that the process, so having that meeting and then another meeting, and then I know we've got another meeting on Thursday, and I just wanted to comment that the process is very quick and it's putting a lot of pressure on the situation and also us as elected members.
Thank you. They were for different purposes. So just from you'll note on the agenda, one was completing one process and was starting another. Councillor Platten, did you wish to close debate? Okay, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The Southern Waste Resource, I'm not surprised I can see this name here. Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to move as written.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes.
Go
please.
ahead.
You all know how wonderful we are. No, sorry. There's two constituent council reports in here. Just very quickly, there is a noticeable change in the diversion on statistics on the last one, primarily because we had a period where we were doing a lot of City of Onkaparinga bitumen crushing, so there was quite a deal of waste diverted. Just the way the metrics work, it's everything that comes into the site and then everything that gets diverted. So even though Onkaparinga brought the bitumen in, took it to a different location on the site, crushed it, and then we will reuse that, it does give us a better diversion rate, but it just shows when that diversion rate drops down. The second thing is that we are in the process of doing a master plan of SWARA. So these minutes talk about the kick-off of those. And the third thing I just wanted to raise was that we had our new CEO start in November. So hopefully Martin can come and talk to the chamber soon.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Second the motion.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak? Any questions? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Please wish all our friends at SWARA happy Christmas too, Councillor Pritchard. The next set of items that we are at section 9 on the agenda, both the printed and digital copies that begin at page 65. These are all reports of officers, and just to remind elected members, these come as a result of councillors putting motions up, of us voting and then bringing them back to the December meeting, which is why there is such a bumper crop. And we have the first item is 9.1, MOANA Surf Life Saving. Councillor Yeomans.
Yes, please, could I move recommendations 1, 2, 3 and 4?
Just want to double check that's what you wanted in front of us.
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I ask some questions first?
Certainly.
Staff, please. On page 68 of the report, there's a reference to the facility's useful life. The existing building is halfway through its useful asset life. Is that statement delivered from the perspective of construction or operational?
Through the Mayor, that is the asset lifespan, which is calculated, it's 60 years generally from the date of construction.
Yeah, so it's not going to fall down.
No.
It's from the perspective of construction. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. The report only provides one option to fund this project from the council's perspective, which is to borrow money. Is it possible for the financial contribution of council, if it's approved, to be divided across the next 2 financial years as part of the budget cycle process?
Through the Mayor, I guess that it could be put into the PCW buildings renewal category, but it would displace other priorities within that next 2 financial years.
Yeah, probably just flows to my next question too. Is it possible if a review of the capital works program scheduled over 26-27 and 27-28 period was undertaken, that projects could be deferred to reduce the need to borrow the funds for this project?
It would be possible, but it wouldn't be. They wouldn't be necessarily the highest scoring within those categories. So it would be with displacing those higher scoring.
Okay.
In that category.
You might not be able to answer this one, but I'll ask it because there were some issues raised by the deputation. Is there a risk to council to not provide an appropriate facility now that the issues have been raised that restrict the capability and the capacity to fulfil the role to the best of the Lifesaving Club's ability?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What I'm saying, we've heard some of the restrictions on what they can do from their perspective, from their point of view, from the operational perspective. Now we've heard that. Is there a risk to council, being it's a council-owned asset, that we're not actually providing an asset that serves the purpose?
Well, I think the existing garage space the existing building, was compliant with the Plexus standards at the time of its construction. The deputation material presented the idea and the facts that the equipment needing storage in the building has evolved over time, so that includes jet skis and drones. So I guess it's a question over the changing and evolving needs of the equipment over time. Having said that, there is an existing storage facility, as we mentioned, with being the shed on the MOANA Tourist Park. And this primarily houses educational craft. So, yeah, I think you'd sort of have to take the deputation material on merit and, yeah, sort of ascertain whether that craft can be stored in the shed. And the deputation presented the idea that, you know, it might be conflicting with traffic and every second counts. And there may be merit in housing this equipment, being jet skis and drones and other life-saving equipment, in the facility more directly.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Just one more question, please. And there's also reference on page 71 to project scoring. And I'm just wondering if those scores are all about from the perspective of construction or operational.
Through the Mayor, that's a PCW scoring for buildings renewal.
Yeah, construction. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to debate.
Go ahead.
Okay. To suggest that we strongly value our surf lifesaving clubs is an understatement. These are essential lifesaving organisations. We've all read in the report that MOANA is one of the oldest surf lifesaving clubs in the state, a club that simply requires more room to effectively and efficiently carry out their patrols and life-saving rescues along our coastline. These institutions are Australian icons, as Aussie as you can get. We heard all about the club's surf lifesaving and community activities earlier on this evening. Even as recently as the 14th of October, part of the state government algal bloom summer plan included funding for additional surf life-saving patrols and expansion of the Beach Safe app to include updated information about beach conditions. This is a good example of how all tiers of government rely on these organisations that are predominantly staffed by volunteers. The least we can do is provide these volunteers who essentially risk their lives to keep the community safe with an appropriate, compliant and contemporary workplace that enables them to do their life-saving job effectively and efficiently. What's being asked here is not aligned to a significant upgrade to a playground or grandstand at a sports oval, without being condescending. This surf lifesaving club needs more operational space. It's as simple as that. The storage sheds that are referred to in the report will not be able to store lifesaving operational equipment close enough to where and when it's needed. At the moment, this club can't even store a jet ski, so there's no point in acquiring one. The facility that was built in 2002, although presents in a satisfactory condition halfway through its useful asset life, is an assessment from a construction perspective, as we've heard tonight. It's fair to say the world has changed in 20 years, and the tools of the trade required by surf lifesaving clubs has changed with it, requiring more operational room in the facility. This is not about wanting more space, it's about needing more space. Through the deputation, we're able to clarify the club is not seeking to build something outside of the Plexus requirements. They could easily build something from scratch within those requirements, but to save money for all parties, some of the current facility will remain, and that has skewed the meterage required under the Plexus modelling. The risks outlined on page 75 in the report include a reference to the budget and the long-term financial plan. This chamber has been particularly disciplined with expenditure and savings, but commitment to fiscal responsibility does not necessarily equate to not spending money or buying anything. Part of this is adapting to changing conditions and circumstances and reflecting on the long-term financial principles to guide our decision-making process. We've had an opportunity here to upgrade one of our assets with a contribution of only 33%. That seems to me to be a pretty good investment. Even more so if you consider this project will also deliver additional fire safety infrastructure, including a fire hydrant, electrical switchboard and a kitchen exhaust upgrade as outlined on page 72 of the report. Also, if you consider the additional items on page 72, totalling $640,000 that include building services compliance upgrades that address hydraulic, mechanical, fire and electrical services deficiencies that have been identified through a safety audit. Partnering with the SA Government and MOANA Surf Lifesaving Club, we can get all of this done for 33% of the price tag. From a financial perspective, this seems a pretty good deal to me. We don't necessarily have to borrow the money. We've all heard how council's contribution can be delivered over the next 2 financial years, and there's flexibility in that cash flow. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder or question? Councillor Wilkes?
Yes, please. I would like to second it.
Go ahead. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, definitely.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I will be honest, I came here tonight thinking that my community would be looking at this project and saying, this is probably not the right time, we're getting surpluses, we're reducing debit, we're taking down that curve that was left for us. It was heading up, but now it's going down. But after hearing the deputation, the figures of use, the glass limitations that the patrol members actually have, the access requirements, the views limitations, and the list just went on. There is no doubt that surf lifesaving clubs are more of a community spot. They actually save lives. And looking at and hearing the deputation and then it being expressed to us that people are going down the road because there is a development that we approved as a chamber have better facilities, I have no doubt that that's happening. And when we've got one of our beaches that are the highest use beaches across the coast, I definitely think that Onkaparinga Coast, we should be supporting them. Last year alone, I can think just on my small stretch of land, we had 5 people who their boat capsized, and who were the first responders? Our beautiful Christie's Beach members. They weren't even there on patrol, but they were at the club, and they went out there and they saved those men's lives. I heard the other day that he pulled somebody else out of the water, so there is no doubt that these rescues are constantly happening, and the more visibility we can give these clubs, to me it has become a no-brainer, and I actually honestly believe that the community as well would be wanting me, that's why I'm standing up here, saying that we need to get this club up to scratch. So I'll go with Paul. I don't think it's a want, I think it's a need, and I think we need to make this happen.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I can certainly see the need. I'm concerned about the financial impacts. And one of the things I'd like us to consider is perhaps reducing some capital expenditure in the coastal wards to the amount of 1,247,000 odd to cover the cost of it. Because I've got people in my ward and the wards next to us still waiting for footpaths and having lived in the area for 55 years, and they're not even the capital works yet. And a lot of money goes to the coast. We need to share the financial love across the city of Onkaparinga. So I'd actually considered an option, an alternative motion, and that was to seek a further report to council to identify where we can make savings in other capital works in the coastal areas to the amount of what we're being asked to contribute to this. And I think that's fair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pritchard.
I have absolutely no issues with the operational needs of this facility, and I think it's fantastic that the community is coming to the chamber and seeking to ask us for questions. Asking us for funding. As everyone's aware, I'm a member of the CFS, so the emergency services is very close to my heart. And so I don't want to debate the Plexus model or any of the items that are included in the budget. I have no issues with any of that. I simply have issue with the timing, and whilst I've just commented on the community bringing this to our attention and as a one-off notice of motion, which I helped create through getting it here so that we could have this debate tonight. I am extremely concerned by the precedent that this sets from a project's point of view, and how it impacts our budgeting process in the future. I am concerned by the 15 other projects that would rank above this as per page 70 of the report, and how those 15 projects feel. 2 of those are community centres, 5 are public toilets, which we've spoken about heavily, 3 halls and 2 rec and sport projects. So all of those 15 people, I expect, will come knocking on our door and then ask us to create a NOM and give them money. And I just don't think that it's appropriate that our response is, but you're not an emergency service. So we're happy to give the money to this group, but we're not happy to give money to other groups when it comes to going outside the process. So I have no issues if this comes to our budgeting process in a few months' time, and this project gets selected, and through that process, I'd very happily support it. It's just simply at this time I'm concerned by a standalone one-off motion that comes up and asks us for $1.2 to $1.4 million of borrowings to fund the 15th best project. And I really want to have the process where we consider if we're going to go and spend an additional $1.4 million in our city in a new and significant upgrade, is this the project we want to spend it on?
Thank you. Councillor Dew. Question or debate?
Question to begin with, please.
Go ahead.
What reputational risks to the city of Onkaparinga do you foresee if someone was injured or did die on the beach?
I think it would have to require an investigation into the incident itself and what caused that. So was it due to the fact that equipment wasn't readily accessible from the storage, or was it for other reasons? Perhaps, member participation or patrolling hours or something like that?
I'll debate, thank you.
Go ahead.
MOANA Surf Life Saving Club, as we've heard time and time again, is the busiest beach across the city of Onkaparinga, and a lot because of the cars on beaches that it allows, and therefore it's fundamental that it's adequately set up to monitor and respond in an emergency. Despite being ranked 14 on the Council's infrastructure priority list, the MOANA Surf Life Saving Club upgrade cannot wait because its condition directly affects public safety every single day in the summer season. Unlike many other infrastructure items on the list, such as amenities, recreational upgrades, or non-critical building works, the Surf Club is an operational emergency response facility. Its outdated layout, insufficient storage and inadequate training and first aid spaces are not simply inconveniences, they compromise the speed and effectiveness of life-saving interventions. When lives are at stake, a ranking position cannot be the sole determinant of priority. Surf life saving is not optional, seasonal beautification. It's essential safety infrastructure, and delays carry real risk. This upgrade also matters for the entire Onkaparinga community. This is not just a local ward-specific issue, because MOANA Beach is a coastal destination that attracts residents and visitors from across our council area and far beyond. The service provided by MOANA Surf Life Saving Club is absolutely extraordinary and protects families, schools, tourists and beachgoers who travel from multiple suburbs to enjoy our beautiful coastline. A stronger, modern facility boosts regional tourism, reduces pressure on other emergency services such as ambulance and police, enhances community resilience and will assist participation numbers for the club and surf life saving broadly. In this way, the benefits, I believe, outweigh the risks. We know the responsibility of local government also extends beyond roads and rates and rubbish. It includes ensuring that our public spaces are safe, functional and future-focused. Moana's population has grown and the number of visitors enjoying our coast over summer has increased too. The infrastructure of this Surf Life Saving Club has not. If our ratepayers, which they do, expect safe beaches, then Council must also help fund the infrastructure that makes that safety possible. City of Onkaparinga benefits directly from safer beaches socially, economically and reputationally. It is about public safety, community service and the responsibility of local government to invest in essential public assets. We have heard from the club that there is insufficient space for modern rescue equipment, limited training and education areas, a facility that falls short of contemporary accessibility standards, inadequate emergency response space during summer, visibility issues and shower spaces that are inappropriate with today's expectations, therefore are a barrier for junior female participation. These aren't cosmetic issues, they directly affect the club's ability to be inclusive and respond quickly and effectively in an emergency. The cost, I believe, of inaction is far greater than the cost of investment. Failing to invest now risks higher future costs, as John highlighted, to upgrade this in the future, increased risk of preventable emergencies, and reputational damage if safety infrastructure is allowed to degrade. What we heard tonight a little while ago now, because we had a few deputations, was that storing the jet ski 156 metres away is really a challenge when lots of emergencies take place when there's no patrols on the beach. The visibility issues, the toilet issues. I understand some of you might be sitting here tonight feeling that we have been a disciplined chamber. It's only a precedent if we allow it to be. This project deserves the Chamber's support because it represents the kind of calculated high-impact investment and disciplined councils that disciplined councils make when the evidence is clear and the community benefit is undeniable. Yes, we have been careful, appropriately so.
Your time, Councillor.
Oh,
sorry,
that's okay.
Apologies. Councillor Themialotis.
Yes, just a couple of questions. This is more generalised, not just to Moana, but surf life saving clubs in general. What's Council's obligation in terms of risk and safety and maintenance and, yeah?
Through the Mayor, I suppose in terms of the building was built with a plexus model in 2002. It was changed or updated in 2014, so it is a guideline. The building has safety audits and we periodically check the safety and legislation requirements of that building and schedule it into PCW for upgrades. So from that point of view, we're confident that it's satisfactory.
But in terms of obligations for council's obligations to surf life-saving clubs, not just the facility, but is there some...
To clubs themselves?
Yes, yes.
That's generally handled through the Plexus model. So the Plexus model was developed in collaboration between Surf Lifesaving SA, being Safecom, Council and the clubs themselves from 2018 to 2020. So that was a model similar to the similar to sports facilities guidelines, which sort of dictates, I guess, a guideline, as Emily said.
Okay.
For the spatial standards.
I'll try another question. A number of members have mentioned emergency services. So this is an emergency service. What's council's obligations in delivering emergency services in the city of Onkaparinga?
Through the Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice because that's not something I'm aware of.
Okay, then another question. Again, on emergency services, is it council's role or is it outside of local government's role to deliver emergency services? Like, should this really be sitting with us? Should surf lifesaving clubs be sitting with local government if it's an emergency service and there's people's lives at stake? That's my question.
Anyone who wants to know?
To the CEO.
Well, it wouldn't be a council meeting if I didn't have a chance to say something. So through the Mayor, Councillor, surf lifesaving as a whole is funded by emergency services and the funding that stream gets. So by default, I think there's a significant obligation on the state to fund those emergency services. Clearly, there's been a guideline model that's been agreed through partners to contribute towards that. I also have heard some conversations tonight about concerns around safety, and obviously as a council we would be deeply concerned if there was imminent safety risks. We'd also rely upon Surf Lifesaving Club not to put the community in that position, and I'm confident they wouldn't. They are an organisation that takes safety very seriously. So from that perspective, I don't think the obligation of emergency services should solely rest with the council.
They were your questions? Yep. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you. Just a bit of debate, if I can. Like Jordan, I'm a member of an emergency services organisation. And from time to time, certainly as a CFS brigade, we have some challenges around equipment, facilities, etc. But that is the role and responsibility of the CFS as an organisation and emergency services and the Minister for Emergency Services to address many of those. I absolutely acknowledge that there are shortcomings in this facility. I can see it, the emergency services stuff aside, just the toilets and the change rooms alone certainly do not meet community standards. And I think the Plexus model for all of its good work is severely outdated. And I think that it would be beneficial for surf lifesaving in the state government to actually have a review of that as it currently stands. I am concerned about the path that this request for funding has come through and the timing. Like Councillor Pritchard has said, it's not about the money, it's not about the merits, it's about the timing. There are a range of obligations that Council has towards providing services and facilities and upgrades across our entire city. And as has been mentioned in the report, the upgrades to this particular facility from a facilities perspective ranks very, very low in that list. Does it mean that we shouldn't consider it? I think we should consider it, but I do think it does need to be considered in the context of all of the other facilities, upgrades and projects that are currently sitting in our PCW ranking. I think, if we could bring it back through our budget process and actually look at it side by side against some of these other projects, given the new information we have around the shortcomings of this particular facility, it may well move up the rankings, but it will displace other projects, you know, and I guess we as a chamber have to make that decision. I don't want us to take a couple of steps backward in terms of the budget repair that we have done. I think that as a chamber we need to maintain our course because our community expects that we are going to continue to be a chamber and a council that actually is financially responsible. And I think the financially responsible response to this particular request is to bring it back, put it through our budget process with all of the new information that we've got and see where that lands. You know, and if that means we have to adjust some other things in our budgets to make sure we can fund it, so be it. But let's do it in a considered way and not just in a one-off approach.
Thank you. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Mayor.
Question or debate?
Questions, and they may or may not be able to be answered, so I'm happy to take them on notice, but I'd really like you to try. How many of the 13 capital projects ranked higher than the proposed development are in the South Coast ward?
We'll have to take that on notice. There were 14 projects that scored above this in PCW. But yeah, we don't have that information on hand.
Okay, so that's one question. And my other question was, of the South Coast ward projects, what's the total value? So I'm, again, really happy to take that on notice.
Debate?
I'm going to really try to scare Sue and move an amendment.
Oh, okay. Have you...
Policy on the fly, Mayor.
Yeah, I know how excited I am about that.
But I'm trying to bring people together.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Have you got it written for us?
I do.
Could you please provide that to our...
Do you want me to say it first?
No, I'd like you to bring it up here, please, so that our erstwhile support person... Yeah, it is. Are you satisfied with what you can read on the screen is what you're proposing to your peers here in the chamber?
Yes, Mayor.
Would you like to speak to this amendment?
Really happy to speak to it. So Councillor Eaton raised something and it sparked a neuron, just one, in my brain, which was how do we get everyone together? And I too have deep concerns with our budget. It's something that I feel has formed a backbone of this chamber. And I understand that if we, as elected members, start bringing pet projects, especially moving towards an election, they will come thick and fast. And so what this does for me, why this makes me happy, is it allows South Coast ward councillors to choose safety, if that is why we're doing it, over other projects that may be in their area. I agree that Surf Life Saving does incredible work. I'm concerned about the budgetary impacts, and I think this tries to bring together the two sides of that argument.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pritchard, question or...?
It was only questions because I've spoken already.
Are you going to second this motion?
I can't. I've already spoken.
No, you can't, correct. Thank you for that procedural. Councillor Eaton?
Yes, I'll certainly second it.
Do you wish to speak? Yes, you can. You can second it. Yeah. Go ahead.
We need to be responsible.
Sorry, no, he has already.
And we need to
You've
share...
already debated. So,
yes, I am.
Yeah, but you've already debated on the motion. So the people who can second the motion are Councillor Themialotis, Councillor Stafford, Councillor Davis and Councillor Fisher. Councillor Themialotis, you wishing to test?
Second to test.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your...
Point of order, please.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor?
When I spoke, I was speaking against the first option.
Yes, but you were still...
Unfortunately, you were still...
that came up.
Thank you, Councillor. Would you please take your seat? Thank you. No, I have sought advice here and I'm sticking with the advice that I've been given, so thank you, Governance. Councillor Themialotis, do you wish to speak? No. Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, do you have a question?
A question, yes.
You can only have a question.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
Thank you.
Appreciate...
Councillor Eaton, if please. Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, go ahead.
This one's a difficult... My question is, how can people make a decision about prioritising some projects to help fund the development if we don't actually know what projects are currently in the 26-27 budget?
That's a fair question. Is someone like to be able to assist us with any of that? Thank you, Matt, for your courage in stepping up.
Through the Mayor,
Can we put
attempt to answer, it may not be a complete answer, Councillor Yeoman, but I will just remind members that the far majority of our capital works budget annually is a renewal funding stream, and therefore it is based on asset condition audits, compliance issues and other things that we are required to replace, renew, upgrade infrastructure. And so there is something in the order of, just off the top of my head, about $5 million through new and significant upgrade works that take place each year, which is what this would be competing with. Of that, the far majority sits in our footpaths area, and therefore we are getting a smaller and smaller piece of pie from which we are trying to find projects within this ward to then be able to find $1.2 million of. I could probably say off the top of my head it's unlikely that it all be 1.2 million of the 5 would be in that ward. They are based, of course, on resource prioritisation documents and a thorough assessment process that determines those priorities. So whilst I can't tell you those projects off the top of my head, I guess from a process point of view and a budgeting point of view, that's structurally how things work.
Have you got another question? Yeah, and I'll just also invite the CEO just to round off if there's anything. I doubt that Matt's missed anything out, but just on the off chance, we'll just see.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, and just to add on to what Matt's already said, councillors, we are the City of Onkaparinga, and obviously there are wards within the City of Onkaparinga, but also there's a need to make decisions in the interest of the whole collective City of Onkaparinga. I would also take on board, I think there have been some pertinent points made from elected members about the need for visibility and informed decision making, which has been raised and discussed tonight. In order to do that, I would, from my perspective as CEO, would suggest that through a budgeting process and a PCW process that is transparent, that you would be able to get the information to make an informed decision to weigh up the alternatives around projects. And that would be a very standard practice around good governance to make sure that there is a standard process that you follow as elected members. So not a position put forward to councillors that you have to adopt, but from a process point of view, I want to make sure that you have all the information you need in order to make that informed decision, and we typically do that through a budget cycle that considers all those elements.
Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, did you have another question?
Yes, so what does that mean in relation to this amendment then?
Go ahead.
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor Yeomans. I think we've heard tonight from the Deputy that, yes, they would ideally like a decision made tonight, but they could also live with a process that saw it took a little bit longer, but be considered in the overall programming. So an option for the Council to consider would be to include this as part of your budget deliberations in forming up the 26-27 budget, in which event the administration would be able to provide you with a understanding of the other prioritised projects at this point in time, and taking on board also some of the feedback that's been received tonight by the deputies to see if that changes the mix and prioritisation of those projects.
And I'm wondering if I might ask a question. Based on what I heard tonight, is there potential for a 2-year budget cycle, so over 26-27 and 27-28?
If that's the will of the chamber, we could certainly look at that. We budget out and forward out a 10-year financial plan, which includes PCW projects over multiple years. So that could certainly be taken on board.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that. Councillor Dew, only a question you're entitled to.
Thank you. I know, CE, that it might be hard for you to answer because you won't be here with us at the time, but I'm just a little bit unsure when, with our PCW process, it's extremely technical and specific, doesn't really take into the operational needs of the service user group. It's really about our assets. So how will it actually be prioritised any higher?
It's a great question, and through the Mayor, Councillor, a bit similar to what you've done tonight, which is that the officers will give you a sense of the criteria that's been applied. Naturally, as a chamber, as a collective, you can make decisions that differ from those, and obviously for various other reasons. You know, local government isn't always just about the dollars and cents and what makes economical sense. Obviously, there's a whole range of other factors. So they're open to the discussions if you allow it to go through a budget process that the elected members can bring to the table and to put on the table as merits of why a project might stack up. The administration will obviously apply the PCW model, but then that's over to the council to effectively adopt what budget it would like to go out to community consultation.
And the benefit to council to do it through that way is to be able to see the whole picture, because how else do we influence?
It needs to be a question, Councillor.
It is. That's the how. How do we influence without having the will of the chamber like this? Obviously, you know, Paul and I can advocate.
So the process by which to influence the PCW process?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Yeah, or more broadly, the budgeting, really.
Okay.
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor. So the PCW and the priority list criteria, that, and I'm going to look at Matt at this point, but that comes through the chamber in terms of endorsing the policy position that sets out the criteria, and then we take that model that's been endorsed and then apply it over the projects. So if there's a different aspect of the PCW priority policy that needs adjustment, then that would allow us to do those, to consider those other elements.
Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, a question?
Yes, I have got a question. So in relation to this specific issue there, how, to me, this is part of the process. I'm not trying, I'm getting to a question.
Just try and have a question, yes,
yeah.
please.
Along the lines of what Councillor Dew was talking about, we're looking to look at the PCW. Don't you think what's happening tonight is all about that? It's all about finding a way to find the money. And the question here is, are we prepared to do that? Are we prepared to find a way to find the money? Not necessarily borrowing. So we're sort of covering that in this advocacy. Do you think that's what's going on here?
That's very close to a debate, but I think we've got a question, so I will put it to the CE if he's happy to try and have a go at answering that.
Through the Mayor, I'll try to have a go at that, Councillor Yeomans. I guess what I'm saying is that in order for you to make an informed decision about this project, that you'd need to understand, from my perspective, what the implications of this decision is on the other projects that are in the pipeline. Clearly, we don't have that information before you for consideration, and my view is that you need to make sure that when you're adopting a budget and a project of this nature and scale, as important as it is, that you know what the flow-on implications are for other projects or other funding. So my desire would be to put it through the budget process and allow that debate to happen as part of a normal budget cycle.
A question? Two questions.
Can we then, if that's the case, can we then, through the consent of the mover, or whatever
the mover of the amendment?
As part of the 26-27 and 27-28
well, I'm
budget
just
development?
So I just need to check that. Let's just, that's starting to move into debate, so just hang on just 2 secs. Councillor Wilkes, I'm just going to let you speak to the amendment. Oh, you got a question? No, you can't. You're right. Thank you so much. Just before we go there then, Councillor Platten, there's a proposition there, so I'll just give you a moment to reflect on that and I'll pass to Councillor Wilkes. Go ahead, Councillor Wilkes. Oh, with your question?
He's pondering.
Oh,
He's pondering.
Okay. Do council have any reserves for PCW projects? Funding reserves?
Through the Mayor, there is no reserve.
No.
Okay, that was my only question.
I did give them practice to say yes and no answers earlier today. Councillor Platten, are you willing to make an alteration to this amendment, or would you want to close debate? Which one? I have no further questions.
Do you want me to? Yep. Yeah, I've just had a thought. I'd love to change it as part of the 26, 27, 27, 28 budget development.
At point 5?
At point 5.
Thank you.
And it will also...
and the second, are you happy with that? Yes?
Sorry, Mayor.
Councillor Themilotis is.
I think it would also need to change in point 2.
And in point 2. Councillor Themilotis still happy with that? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's the timing. Yeah. So to take off AS. Oh, so how are you feeling about the ward piece? Is that still staying? I'd like to put this motion.
I think I would be changing it too much, Mayor.
So you want it to stay as it is?
I think so.
Councillor Yeomans, did you have one more question? Thank you for clarifying. Thank you. That's starting to sound like debate. So thank you. That Councillor Platten, I'm going to put the motion. Is this the motion you wish? Do you want to close?
I don't think I'm allowed to, but
you can close. You can.
Not an amendment.
Councillor Yeomans can.
Councillor Yeomans can, yeah.
Yeah.
After it's voted.
Yeah, but we have to vote on this motion.
First, yeah.
So just to tidy up, number 2. Approve the money in council funding across the 2 budgets. Can you just put the word across there? Yeah. Okay. We're putting the amendment. Councillor Yeomans can make the closing.
So we need to vote on this. So we need to vote on this amendment and then we can go
back to Councillor Yeomans. Okay, we're going to put the amendment. Sorry, everyone, it's very complicated up here. We don't get this so much excitement always. I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is lost. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Eaton's called a division. I don't think you can for this on an amendment. So we're going back to the original motion. Councillor Pritchard, he hasn't... He's got a question. Councillor Pritchard, what's your question?
I know I should know this, but how many surf lifesaving clubs do we have in Onkaparinga?
Through the Mayor, 5.
And of those 5, how many of them are older than MOANA in terms of building age?
In terms of refurbishment, last time they got refurbished?
The ALDINGA Surf Lifesaving Club is the latest and new facility, and the MOANA Surf Lifesaving Club was the first of the Plexus models, and the rest were developed after that point, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, would you like to close debate? I wouldn't not necessarily like to close debate. You are entitled to close debate.
Yeah, I will if I can.
Go ahead.
In closing, Quoting some opportunities that were identified in the report on page 76 and 77, and I'll read this verbatim. The expanded facilities, if delivered efficiently, would better equip the club to provide emergency services to the community, particularly through increased garage space for emergency service vehicles and equipment. The Plexus model ensures shared funding among the council 33%, state government 56% and club 11%, significantly reducing the council's financial exposure. This represents an opportunity to upgrade a council-owned asset with 2/3 external funding contribution. The replacement of items excluded from the Plexus requirements, windows, doors, external cladding, allows the council to address building fabric deficiencies at 33% cost to council. These items would otherwise require full council funding in the medium term as maintenance items. And if I'm reading the report correctly, that was on page 72 at a cost of $740,000. So based on the discussion that we've just had, I would have thought it's possible to identify opportunities to defer projects in the Capital Works program that are scheduled over the 26-27, 27-28 period. If that's our wish, I have confidence in staff being able to cash flow the funds across 2 budget cycles and defer projects without seemingly default position of borrowing money. However, if it did come to a slight increase in our debt, I see this well worth the effort to take advantage of this rare funding opportunity. And this goes to include, this basically is going into that proposed contribution into the budget process. Taking into account of what's been said tonight, the timing isn't brilliant, I get that. But what we're doing, and the Surf Lifesaving Club can't dictate when the funding's going to be available. We are taking advantage of a 66% funding into a project, which makes perfect sense to me. And that's why this is outside of the routine process that we go through. And sometimes you've just got to think a little bit outside the square, particularly if our ratepayers are going to benefit from that point of view. When it comes to precedents, I think we're mature enough to look at these in a case-by-case circumstances. And if the door starts getting knocked down, well, then we can argue, debate, just explain exactly why we went through this process here tonight. I have no particular affiliation with this Surf Lifesaving Club. I don't see this as about a ward. The city will benefit from this. The state will benefit from this. Having visited the club in the lead up to this evening, it's become apparent to me this club does require the additional space, particularly for operational equipment and a lookout. And I saw that photograph firsthand when we saw the lifesaver standing on top of that wall. If that's the best we can do, we've got a problem. In closing, I just think what we need to be doing is looking at this from a financial point of view. This is good value for money. This club does need these upgrades to be able to perform the duty to the best of their ability, and I think we should be supporting them as a community. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion is lost.
Can you just call it a division?
Yes, certainly. Calling a division. So all those in favour, please stand.
Is that Jeff calling it?
No, it was Councillor Yeomans. Councillor Wilkes. That's all right. It was a good decision. Councillor Themilotas, Councillor Dew, Councillor Yeomans, and all those against, please stand. Councillor Platten, Davis, Fisher, Pritchard, Stafford, Eaton and Greaves. Thank you very much. Item 9.2. Certainly, go ahead. Have you got it written in front of you? No, I don't. Can you bring it back later this? Yes, thank you. If we'll try that further down. Item 9.2.
We're not doing that?
Not now. She's going to come bring it back.
Okay.
I just want to bring everyone's attention to the time. It's 9:58. We have a considerable amount of business to do. At 10:30, so I'm just giving you an alert, that would be the time of our normal closure of the meeting. So at some point I will give you an opportunity to decide whether you want to continue or not, or prioritise or agenda items and pass them on to January. But I'm just alerting you to that now so that you can think about that. Councillor Greaves, 9.2.
No, that was from before,
Oh,
thank
sorry,
you.
Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. I'll wait for Sue. I would like to move the motion as written, please, and I will debate.
Go
or
ahead.
speak to it, sorry. Firstly, I just wanted to thank the staff for the work on addressing, for this report, all of the information that's in it, what you have written, and it's not just the sustainability team, but the waste, the arts, the community service crews, the customer service crews, the youth teams and their group members, the economic and growth team, and to be honest, almost every Onkaparinga Council department is working on addressing requests concerning the HAB. The 1,500 respondents highlighted in this report show who have answered questions and regarding the algal bloom show how concerned our residents are. And the summary of the main findings are definitely worth noting so we're aware how our community are feeling. I'm not going to go through them, but I'm sure you've all read the report. Lastly, I'd like to say this at every opportunity, including when I have the opportunity to appear at the Joint Committee hearing in Parliament House tomorrow morning. History shows that once the bloom hits in an area, it may go away, but the ferociousness and the intensity of it and returning depends on the level of recovery measures that we put in place. So to say it in a different way, it's great to see the response of people on our beaches cleaning up the fish and the vouchers to promote growth in the areas. But if we really, truly want to help the oceans and the marine ecosystems, we must understand that under no circumstances we should take our focus off recovery. We have to focus on recovery to assist our oceans to become stronger, resilient places where the people and environment can flourish together. Thank you.
Councillor Eaton.
I'll certainly second it. I mean, there really has been a comprehensive lot of work done. We still do have some further work, and I will be considering putting something up in the new year in respect to having the state government monitor all the suburban waterways, because I would suggest in some cases where that occurs is that, for example, the Sturt River collects waters out of the city of Mitcham, Onkaparinga, Marion into Holdfast Bay. And so it'd be very hard for us as a council to have to fund that. And I think that that needs to be done. There's a lot of misinformation going out in respect to the Murray-Darling system. And I think that certainly, but really the work that's been done here is very positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, do you wish to close debate? No, thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Always like to be able to say that at least a few times in our meeting. Item 9.3. Do I have a mover? You have a question? Oh, Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to move as written.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No.
Councillor Themia Lotus, are you seconding? A question? You can have a question now.
I can have a question?
Yeah.
Okay. In relation to the document that was received in front of us, can I ask the Mayor when she was provided advice that council staff recommended community consultation on the affordable housing strategy?
It was just in the process of I couldn't tell you a date off the top of my head, I'm really sorry. I'm happy to come back and have a look at my notes and diary and things.
Okay then. All right, so you won't be able to answer my next question. So my third question is actually to council staff. Council staff provided a recommendation that council can have conduct community consultation at the final stage of engagement to make sure people have the opportunity to review the proposed direction before council formally endorses it. Is this the advice that council still sticks to, council staff?
Through the Mayor, generally the reason that report went up with a recommendation for the third stage of engagement is that typically that is what our strategic plans will go through. With this one, there was 2 prior stages as well.
So the recommendation now would be to go out to community consultation. That's a step we should have done. Is that the advice?
Through the chair, that's really for the chamber to determine, but I would say that with most of our strategies, yeah, we will do those 3 stages of engagement.
Okay, so I will then put essentially the same question to the CEO. Does CEO believe that it would be appropriate for us to go out to community consultation with our residents on our affordable housing strategy before moving forward on this?
Councillor, the Chamber's already made a decision on it. My obligations, once the Chamber makes a decision, is to follow through with that. That is my legal obligation. So I think you're asking a hypothetical, but the officers have already responded with what our recommendation was at that point in time, and we would draft it the same way as we did at that point in time.
So are you seconding the motion?
I'm not seconding the motion,
Okay,
no.
Councillor Eaton?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're actually going to go out to consultation anyway on it. You know, that's part of the process. We've got approves the commencement of the road closing process, including public consultation in accordance with. So we've got to go through the process.
This is item 9.3. 9.3. Councillor, that's all right. Do you wish to... Councillor Yeomans?
Yeah, I'm... What am I going to do? Can I make an amendment?
Go your hardest.
And this is really as a result of the deputation. I am concerned that we...
Have you got it written down?
No, because I'm just going to read it off the top. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Can you dictate what it would be, just so that we can all have it first?
Well, I'm essentially reading off the brochure that was handed out, that council pauses the implementation of the affordable housing strategy.
So that council pauses the implementation of the affordable housing strategy?
Yep.
Yep. Let's just get that in first. Thank you. Next.
And council approves community consultation.
And council approves community consultation
on the affordable housing strategy.
On the affordable housing strategy. How are you going? Is that it?
Yes. Okay,
thank you. That's Councillor Yeomans moving the amendment. I'm just checking on whether that's too... We might have to vote the other one down. I'm just seeing the way I'm reading it. I'll just take some advice on that, Councillor. Hang on a second. Councillor, I do think it's too different from the motion to be an amendment, so it might become an alternative motion if the original motion fails.
Sorry, is this an alternative motion?
No. So what I'm saying is that your alternative motion is opposite. So the best plan would be to, if you wish to argue against the existing motion, and then put a new motion.
Okay.
Yep. Councillor Dew. So we'll leave that. Councillor Dew. Question or?
Question, thank you.
Councillor Yeomans, can you just turn off your microphone, please? Thank you. Councillor Dew.
We heard tonight from the Deputy. I'm just wondering what, from Council's perspective, are our legal obligations in relation to going out to public consultation and the reference to the City of Onkaparinga's framework, community engagement framework?
Through the Mayor, I would say that's more about Council's policy than the legislation.
Thank you for your short, succinct response. I just want to get it clear in my head. So the interpretation of the legislation, is there a requirement under that strategies go out to public consultation, or is it through the policy that stipulates it?
Yeah. Through the Mayor, Councillor, my understanding there are some legislative obligations for particular processes, i.e. the budget process. There is a clear statutory obligation to consult on that. In terms of strategies as a whole, we've got a policy position where the council consults on it. I don't believe that is a legislative obligation. That is my interpretation. But I will happily stand corrected if that's incorrect. But there are certain processes that are bound by legislative processes, whereas the strategy policy is more of a policy position than a legislative obligation around strategy.
Yeah, it's just a question. We ran 2 community sessions on it, and we had a significant number of people attend, so we've actually consulted. You know?
Thank you.
We've had people along from right across the council area, and we had a very good turnout.
Councillor Eaton, that's straying into debate. Councillor Yeoman's question?
No, just
or debate?
A quick debate.
Go ahead.
You know, listening to what I've listened tonight, I am concerned that it's been brought to our attention that we haven't 100% complied with our own policy. I'm happy to put my hand up and say I made a mistake if that was the case. To me, we've got nothing to lose by going out to public consultation on a strategy that, according to our policy, we should have done that in the first place. But we've got plenty to gain. And if a lot of things we hear about through our community, particularly through a planning process, where they're shut out of being able to say anything, being able to talk, be able to represent themselves through that public notification process in the planning legislation, that does certainly resonates with me. And if members of our community are more comfortable having been asked what they think about this particular strategy, and that's consistent with our strategic policies that we've actually got and we've accepted and we embrace. We didn't do that. Let's look at this as an opportunity to improve a little bit, and I think that's what we should be doing. So in this instance, with this motion, I can't support it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Themulota, is a question or debate?
Yeah, just another question to clarify something. Have we gone out and consulted with our community on the affordable housing strategy?
Through the Mayor, we went through 2 stages of engagement that was about input, informing the strategy and the direction that was in there, which included a couple of workshops, community surveys and those kinds of things. In terms of the actual draft strategy itself, no, the Chamber elected to take that draft strategy as the final to be endorsed.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I will also debate briefly along the same lines as Councillor Yeoman's. Elected members, we talk about bringing our community along for the journey, not forcing things onto our community. We also talk about listening to our community. And yes, there are portions where we did engage with our community, but our community hasn't seen the final strategy. And guess what? We're starting to make decisions on that strategy, and some people in our community are not liking it. It's creating a bit of division when those things come into this chamber. And when it does, because we don't have the full support of our community for that strategy, we make really tough decisions. And we shouldn't be really put in that position. Elected members, best practice would be to go back out and consult with our community and hear their opinions on the overall strategy to make sure we are in line with what our community expects. And then when these projects come up, our community won't be surprised by them or shocked by them. They will know that it's actually formed part of one of our strategies that is endorsed by our community. We're elected to consult our community. And in this case, on the full strategy complete, we didn't go and consult with our community. I'd rather be safe than sorry as well, and make sure we have the full backing of our community. Elected members, I mean, I was going to debate against this anyway because it actually didn't go anywhere near to address my notice of motion whatsoever, but that debate, well, doesn't need to be read out. But right now, elected members, I think we need to do the right thing. We've been given some information and we need to act on that information appropriately. Let's go out and consult with our community on our strategy and have our community's endorsement. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher.
Mayor, I move the motion.
I'll put the motion. You wish to put the motion?
Put the motion.
All those in favour to put them? No, we have to. Sorry, I missed that.
So he's putting the motion?
Yes, he's putting the motion to, he's making a motion for the motion to be put.
Yeah. So we need to move
We need someone to second Councillor Fisher's motion. Councillor Greaves is doing that. I'll put the motion for the motion to be put first. All those in favour? Against? Motion's carried. I will now put the motion. Councillor Pritchard, do you wish to close debate?
I do.
Go ahead.
I think I'd like to thank the Chamber for getting us there in terms of clarification as to what we were discussing. I think their clarification around strategy and consultation on input to strategy and the strategy itself, and then the timing around the first option that we looked at in Port Wollonga, and all of those elements all coinciding at the same time. So I think the Chamber's found, or the debate seems to have identified some of the points that are most pertinent to the community. So I won't be supporting this motion because I think what has been stated allows us to go back and sort out what we needed to at the time.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Against? So the motion is lost. Thank you for your very good patience with me as well as we untangled that. I appreciate it. Councillor Yeomans, I believe you wanted to have an alternative motion. Would you like to put your alternative motion?
Can they bring it back?
Yes. Can we have a cut and paste? Fortunately, someone saved it in anticipation. If we can just move that up, thank you. Thank you. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I've just spoken before, so nothing else to say.
Okay. I need a seconder. Is there a seconder? Councillor Platten?
Yes, Mayor, happy to second, as written. Do you wish to close, Councillor? Yeah. Councillor Dew.
Only that it's not time-bound at the moment. It's paused, this community consultation.
Are you suggesting an amendment?
I don't need to amend, but I'm just wondering if my co-councillor would like to time-bound it.
It was a bit of a on-the-fly. Council pauses the implementation of the affordable to enable community consultation.
In a period of time, are you imagining within 6 months, 3 months, 12 months?
Whatever's you think.
Would you like to seek advice on what would be an appropriate time?
Yeah, what would be an appropriate time for community consultation?
Could we have some advice on that?
Given the festive season.
6 months.
Through the Mayor, generally consultations are open for 21 days. That's a standard amount, so it would take us a bit of time to prepare that and then do the consultation and then bring a report back to the Chamber, so perhaps early next year.
So April?
Okay, April. Yep.
April?
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Platten, you happy with that timeline? I will now put the motion that the council pauses the implementation of the strategy until... Is it the strategy you want, or you want the report to come back in April?
Because this doesn't ask for a report as it stands.
Is that what your intention is, Councillor? Do you want a report to come back? Yes.
Yes, please. So when could it...
For the report to come back in April.
That's right, yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yep.
So pauses implementation of the strategy with a report to be presented to the Chamber in April 2026. Yep. Is that right?
If that's satisfies staff
Meet
timelines.
everyone's- Can I just double check? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, councillors, I just want to be absolutely crystal clear. There are some other noms that were resolved previously that relate to housing matters. So just for absolute clarity for officers, we will pause any of those activities related to affordable housing, and we will, subject to the council supporting this, proceed with the consultation and bring that back in April.
I think that's the scaffold of the mood of the meeting. I'll put this motion. All those in favour? Against? That motion's carried. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for getting that through. Item 9.4, the unmade road on Onkaparinga Heights. Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to move as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton.
Oh, you're not even going to let me talk.
Any questions? Debate. Oh, sorry, Councillor
right.
Pritchard. Would you like to close debate?
I was just going to say, as part of the road closures, there are 2 properties that are impacted by these road closures, but both of those properties are owned by the people that own the entire subdivision that is being considered as part of what these public roads are going to be closed for. So there's no, from my reading of the response, there's no issue with the 2 properties that are impacted.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Item 9.5, the Community Facilities Development Fund. Councillor Wilkes.
Excellent. I have a motion.
An alternative motion?
Set of recommendations.
Would
prepared.
you like to? I don't believe everyone. Has everyone seen this?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I sent it out as a...
Excellent. I love that.
Oh, thank you. Just so everyone was across it, because as we know, we have been here before.
And can you just double check this is what you sent so that we're all sure that we've got everything you thought we had?
Yes, that looks correct.
Excellent. Off you go.
Oh. No, this wasn't the one I had to change something. Sorry. No. Gosh. Okay. So I'm going to keep it really simple at the start as I started to speak. We have been here before. We have discussed this. This has been something that we have all been on the journey together, trying to ring fence and trying to create and ring fence a fund for our sporting clubs. We have many lines in our budgeting and financial reports that highlights buckets of money, and this simply is doing the same for our sporting clubs. Oh, sorry, there is something I had to remove. Can I just pause? And it was just that word, the Chamber will have the ability to provide...
In item 2?
Sorry, yes, correct. A letter of support. Just, we need to get rid of landowner consent.
Landowner consent, great.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Whew. Lucky I got that in. Okay, so where was I? So yes, so this is simply ring fencing it. I have explored this to the bones, and I have now had a lot of support. Well, I've always had a lot of support from staff along the way, but this one has been written with great support from our Director of Finance and Director of Community, and I thank them for that. It really is just creating a budgetary line and then enabling our clubs to come to us and seek a letter of support based on our Community Vision 2034 and our other planning documents. And then I loved the way that our new Director of Community implemented our new sports register. I can't think of the correct terminology, but our sporting inquiry process and provided a trial period to work that. So I've actually written a trial period into that for 2 reasons. One, it allows the new chamber, when they come and they sit in our seats, to have a look at how this is working. They can also then, when they have to overlay they have to reassess the long-term financial plan and the SAMP and a range of other documents, they'll also be able to look at this fund and see how it's working. So really just going to let the motion speak for itself, address any questions that arise, and I look forward to clearing up any discrepancies in my debate if need be. Thank you.
Councillor Themialotis. Councillor Wilkes, would you mind just turning off your microphone? Thank you.
Some debate, not brief.
There we go.
Okay. This proposal is about giving structure, visibility, and the intent that's something that's already happening in our community every day. the collective efforts to improve local facilities through partnerships, advocacy and shared investment. So at the heart of this is a fund that's not about new spending, it's about creating a transparent framework within our financial reports that allow us to track, plan for future opportunities, whether it's state or federal government grants, community fundraising, donations, partnerships within local clubs. Right now, clubs or associations, when they want to upgrade change rooms, install lighting, improve accessibility, there's no clear mechanism for council to show where their project sits or how it aligns with the broader priorities under the community vision. This fund changes that. It provides a transparent and accountable signal that council is open to co-investment and ready to support community-led initiatives. This is an 18-month trial period, which gives us a bit of caution, but is also a smart way to go about it to check that this is the right fit. This gives the chamber the next level, which will be real evidence that this is working, which projects attract external funding, how much community capital is there available to unlock, and whether staff and elected members can use this mechanism to advocate more effectively for grants. This is not a theoretical exercise, but it's about delivering outcomes for the people that we represent. It will empower our sporting clubs and our community groups and give volunteers who already raise funds and build partnerships more opportunities. It will give them the confidence that council is walking alongside them and not watching by the sidelines. So I hope that elected members will strongly support this option to this ring-fencing initiative and give it a trial for the next 18 months.
Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, and I love Councillor Wilkes's passion. Can I just ask, though, from a staff perspective, can you just unpack practically what this looks like? Because, you know, a lot of us haven't been sort of in the weeds, so to speak. I just want to understand how this actually works.
So through the Mayor, there is certainly a little bit more fleshing out of the proper accounting treatment that would need to happen to report accurately. Certainly there is a reporting mechanism that we can set up to give visibility. Initial thoughts is that it may be as an equity reserve. However, as I said, there is still a little bit more understanding and unpicking of the various scenarios as to how that would go into the reserve. So hence why the recommendation is that we are exploring this. But certainly from a reporting point of view, we can provide that visibility over the reporting of it.
I'm going to go to Councillor Dew.
My two questions are, I worried that this might be setting clubs up against each other. And I guess staff's perception of the landscape of sport and recreation.
Can you have a question?
Is it perceived that it could be actually clubs having to bid, you know, they view the money, they think that they're in for a chance, and there's multiple clubs bidding or wanting the same reserve. Currently that happens behind the scene. I wonder if there's any concern about what that will mean for clubs, or is that non-issue?
Through the Mayor, we haven't actually worked through that process at this point in time. Certainly there's a vision from the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum in terms of how that model will work. But as we've mentioned, over the next 18 months we'll need to work out exactly what the process is to determine what the priorities are. So that's something that will need to occur as part of the process, what clubs get prioritised in terms of their capital investments.
Yeah, okay. And the other thought was around, like, what about small clubs? Clubs that are sophisticated, they'll do okay, organise, but smaller clubs, how will they fare? But that might be part of the measuring tool.
We will absolutely need to develop up what the criteria looks like to be able to assess how we rate these proposals, I guess, grant applications, all of those things that will need to be considered as part of the process, which is why we'll need the 18 months to work through that. And
sorry, is the 18 months to design the model? not 18 months to implement and trial and measure the success of? Is it 18 months to actually design the model?
It's a bit of concurrent from what I can gather. So the intention is obviously to generate some income into this particular revenue stream, which will become obvious in the accounting treatment, which Jade's better at speaking to than what I am, but it will be obvious in our set of accounts that this line exists. Then, of course, what we need to do, which is what we've described in the paper, is that we'll need to identify the revenue sources. And that's the bit that we haven't done at this point in time.
Councillor Yeomans.
Just a question, please, on page 141, and it's talk about the revenue stream. Over the next 12 months, a strategic land management review will take place to review the usage of council's land across multiple strategic priorities and objectives. Just wondering how that will be reported back to, how that review will be reported back to council.
So through the Mayor, our intent is that we undertake we've got some concurrent pieces of work at the moment looking at our land and looking at criteria for how we use land and, the best use of the land. That would come back to elected members at the appropriate time through EM sessions and then a formal report.
Councillor Davis.
Obviously the question of the night. Does this provide any public consultation with our clubs to see if this is what they are wanting?
Through the Mayor, that's a good question and not something that we had built into the process, but absolutely something that we should build into the process. So clearly we've had some conversations with the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum, but beyond the Onkaparinga Clubs Forum, which is representative of a number of clubs, but not all of the clubs, we would definitely need to go out and do some consultation in relation to that.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, would you like to close debate? Could you press?
Yes, please, hold on. Excellent. I appreciate your questions. I can appreciate Councillor Familiotis seconding it and giving a really wholehearted and rounding reason as to why our clubs need and provide such an amazing facilities for our community. Unfortunately, the facilities are what is lagging, which is where this has come from. So we have got clubs who are represented by an endorsed Onkaparinga Sports Forum. We ourselves as the Chamber endorse them. They have come and sought and spoken to us way back in 2020 and asked for a ring fence so they could start to lobby and advocate, like many councils do, to increase the capabilities and capacity of their spaces. Now, when they've tried to do that, and what I've tried to do in the Chamber is try and develop the fund and try and understand how other councils are doing it and try to bring together how we can actually do it as a chamber. Now, the one thing that we saw in the report that was given to us in November, and the one thing that you can do when you look at all of the different councils, is that everybody does it different. Everybody provides and updates and tries to bring their sporting codes together if they have a fund in a different measure. So what this does here now is it actually creates that line, all right? And then it takes that line and that ability and that agreement that we are going to provide if we support this, which I urge you to support, and it says to our clubs forum, who supports our representative clubs, that yes, we are willing to sit and we are willing to trial and we are willing to try and develop Onkaparinga's fund. How that works is something that we are going to flesh out in that trial period, okay? And it's something that the new chamber will also be able to decide when they have to review and do their due diligences as a new chamber and actually consolidate all of their plans. So why this doesn't have the answer? It allows the conversation to start. It shows that we're ready to have that conversation, and then it brings everybody together. It strengthens that Onkaparinga Clubs Forum, and it allows us to show as a chamber that yes, we want to start developing our own fund. Now, point 4, as you will read, and I didn't touch on it in my debate, but point 4, as you'll read, actually brings over that facilities and partnership grant into the fund. So that's Onkaparinga's first. I can never get the finance terms right. It brings in our first stream into the fund. Now that facilities and partnership grant was undersubscribed this year. It is our community facilities, our lower level facilities, applying for grants. Now we didn't promote. I don't know if we didn't promote it. I don't know why it was undersubscribed. I don't know why it was our only grant that's undersubscribed. So bringing that into the fund and seeking to administer it through the fund actually again brings us the initiative to say, hey, that's our first stream into the fund. That's us also looking after the lower level clubs, and that is us trying to come together and start the conversation through not only our Onkaparinga Clubs Forum, but also of our smaller grant, all of our smaller sporting facilities that are eligible for that grant. So I urge you to start the conversation to create this fund, which is a budgetary line, which staff have said is as simple as adding it to the list that's already in our budget and finance reports, and allowing the Onkaparinga Clubs Forums and our smaller clubs to have a go and trial over an 18-month period a new way to improve our community facilities in Onkaparinga. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. We are coming up to just after 10:30. I'm going to keep ploughing on, but I may see if we can see how we're going, because we do want to get to your motions of notice of motions. Councillor Pritchard.
I'd like to, and I'm not sure of the terminology, so please help me out, defer this motion until a later council meeting.
Can I just check that there's no timeline, time critical matter for that? Put the motion to defer it?
Yeah. Do I need to give a reason, or we just have
No,
to...
that will do. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Greaves.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Until January? Yeah. Until January? Thank you. No, just till January. That's all right. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 9.7. It was seconded by somebody over here. Councillor Greaves, yes, thank you. Somebody over here. I'm still trying to work out where everyone's sitting. My apologies. We're up to 9.7. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Thank you. To administration, through the Mayor, there's no way of me removing the Queen by amending this, is there?
No.
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 Thank you.
Councillor Wilkes, are you moving this motion or deferring it?
No, I wanted to get rid of the Queen too.
Oh, shh.
Oh, not like, just a portrait.
No, that's not possible given the way she is in here, unfortunately. We have... Councillor Eaton, are you moving the motion?
No, I've actually got a question.
Go ahead.
We're not going to change the King's photograph each year, so why do we put another piece of Ghana artwork in each year? Why don't we have something that see if we can get something that significantly relates to the Onkaparinga region and keep it there permanently?
So that's a question.
After all, $3,000
that's a
is one house council rates.
So that's
in
a question.
Flagstaff Hill.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Can you go ahead? Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the proposal that we have here is to commission a contemporary Ghana artefact or item each year to encourage public reflection and learning, as well as providing direct support to Ghana artists and reinforce Council's commitment to reconciliation. I guess the proposal that we have in front of us is designed to build up a range of Ghana artefacts over the years, rather than just having a more significant Ghana artefact or item. Of course, if it was the will of the Chamber to do something like that, then that's something we could explore as well.
That's all right, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Pritchard, are you moving the motion?
Happy to move the motion.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to channel Councillor Bell here, and as my fellow ward councillors, I feel it was appropriate that I move this motion on her behalf. And it also allows me to talk to the previous one where we deferred the reconciliation action plan, which I think is such an important item that I don't want it to be skipped over and spoken about too briefly, given the time of the evening, and so I think it's important that we move that one. Thank you to Paul for that explanation on the reasoning for the annual artefact, and I think that's a great idea.
Councillor Greaves?
Question?
Go ahead.
The original motion doesn't say anything about commissioning a Ghana artefact or piece or whatever to display. So I don't know that the intent was to actually commission a piece, but to, I guess...
Make visible.
Make it visible. So can I just ask why we've gone down this path, whereas, yep, I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Sure, thank you. Through the Mayor, I guess similar response to what I shared earlier. This proposal aims to build up over time a range of Ghana artefacts that we can showcase not only in here in the chamber or in the foyer, but also more citywide as well. So it's an option that we have in front of us.
Okay. I'm not seconding it, thank you.
Councillor Dew?
Just
are you seconding the motion?
Thank you.
A question?
Are you considering it as similar to the art collection, where we have a collection of art that the City of Onkaparinga purchases and it is shared and moved around, and it is the same, but instead it's a Ghana artefact? Is that?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, yes, that's how we would manage all kind of future artefacts or items. We would register them through our public art register and keep a real clear register of what we have, when it was purchased, the artist and those types of things. And again, really to build up that collection over time.
Councillor Platten, are you seconding or do you have a question?
I've got a question. Which,
go ahead.
How much do we currently spend on public art per year?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I would have to take that on notice, but happy to provide feedback this week.
Did you have another question there, Councillor?
Follow up, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for taking it on notice. I'd be interested. Is it considerably more than $3,000?
Through the Mayor, currently there's not a budget for public art by itself. It's attached to other projects, and currently it's a 1% of $2 million spend, or where other projects feel that a public art outcome would add value to that project. So there's no public art budget that's isolated in and of itself.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Greaves, you've got a question?
I do. What budget would this be coming from?
Through the Mayor, it's proposed to utilise existing operating budgets within the Arts, Reconciliation and Cultural Development team.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis, are you seconding the motion or you've got a question?
Without a second, can I propose an amendment?
No, not until we've got to get to a point where we're up to that, but we're not there yet. Councillor Wilkes.
I will second the motion, please.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I will speak briefly to it. Just very briefly. I think I probably jumped up and sort of was very rudely referred to our Queen, so I apologise. That wasn't very kind. And like the Mayor has pointed out, she must remain on our wall. Point 2 is too important for it to go back and forth. I wholeheartedly support commissioning a Ghana artefact and also building up our catalogue. It's no brainer to me. I mean, number 2 pushes number 1 way above and high in my respect.
Councillor Davis, you've got a question or debate? Councillor Davis?
Can I propose an amendment now?
You may.
Can I love the idea that we're
Have
going
you got it written down?
No.
Would,
can it just be changed from annually to biannually and do it every 2 years?
So we'll make it biannually. Biannually instead of annually. Thank you. Do you wish to speak? You haven't debated
yes,
yet,
please.
so you can speak.
I love the idea that we're going to do this. I just think a year is a quick turnaround for an artefact when we're only in here a couple of times a year. And if we're going to get the full benefit of it and start building a collection, I think doing it every 2 years might just bring some better understanding to it and better acknowledgement of each item that we bring into the chamber.
So every second year?
Yes.
Yeah, biennial, not biannual.
Biennial, not biannual. That's just a typo there. Do I have a seconder for this or anyone questions? Councillor Platten?
Yes, I'm happy to second it.
Do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Thimiel? I'll put the motion, the amendment, apologies, the amendment. All those in favour? Against? The amendment's carried. I'll now treat that as the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you for all your help there. Just noticing the time, I'm just checking whether item 9.8 can, if there's anything time critical or whether that can wait till January. It can wait. Oh, do I have someone willing to? Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Move that way.
And Councillor Pritchard. Second that. All those in favour for this to be deferred to January? Thank you. I do apologise to the staff who have been here all night. I don't believe 9.9 can be deferred. Do I have a mover, Councillor Pritchard?
Happy to move.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Just, it's a necessary. We've got a maturing loan and we need to replace it.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves? Thank you. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your speediness with this. I think number 9.10 could be deferred. Is that true? Can I just double check? Tonight. Okay, so the advice is that if we do want it in the budget for 26-27, we need to consider it tonight. Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to move 1 A, B, C, D, E.
A, B, C, D, E. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do.
Go ahead.
So I have talked about discretionary rebates for the last couple of years. They are currently, in my opinion, unfair and not equitable to the effort that people put in for grants, even though it's a similar amount. I find them underutilised by some groups and completely unwarranted to other groups. So while I think any improvement in the system is necessary, because I think it's definitely a program that needs work, and whilst I think there is some improvements around the assessment process, I am happy that there is a focus on this for the years going forward. I'm happy that it's no longer just an allowance for people to just submit theirs again and again and again without much information that justifies it. And I really do actually like the awareness campaign at the bottom, because I think it's an opportunity for some groups that need to reduce their costs and have that shared amongst the rest of the ratepayers. It's actually not too bad, so I'm in support of this one.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Happy to support. I too am...
So you're seconding it?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yep.
Seconding.
Thank you. Just
absolutely.
want to check.
Seconding and
Go
supporting.
Ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I think this is actually very timely. Year on year, I think there are always little, eyebrows raised over some of the discretionary rebates that come to us. I think this does give our community more of an opportunity to be aware of it, but I think it also holds some other applicants a little bit more to account. So I think bringing it back to the chamber with additional information is an excellent way forward.
Thank you. I see no speakers. Councillor Pritchard, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 9.11 is time bound, so I will put that. Councillor Platten.
Mayor, I'm happy to move as written and don't need to speak.
Councillor Eaton.
Nothing to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Pritchard.
I'm keen to put an amendment in there around school holidays.
Have a go. Have you got something in front of you?
No. At the discretion.
I'm not going to be as kind after in January next year. I'm just letting you know. This is my Christmas kindness that without.
At the end of other extenuating such as school holidays.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to that?
There are a number of people in this chamber that have school-aged children. There will be a number of future councillors, hopefully, that have school-aged children. It is challenging for those people to enjoy school holidays and meet the commitments of the community. And where possible, it would be appreciated that the Chief Executive Officer takes into account some of those school holidays and at least considers the impact when providing a schedule.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, are you seconding this amendment?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I will second it and briefly debate and support Councillor Pritchard. It is incredibly difficult to manage council meeting day when you do have, in my case, 4 kids, but you know, lots of us have many commitments that really impact on school holidays. So if it could be considered, if possible, that would be fantastic.
There's no further questions. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I'll now make that the motion. Councillor Platten, do you wish to close? No, thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Very lovely to see 2025 taking that into the account. We're now up to the appointment of Deputy Mayor, which we also cannot defer. I have 2 nominations, and so I'm just checking that that's accurate. Councillor Eaton and Councillor Fisher. Is that correct? Yes. So I will be asking, have you got your conflict of interest and conflict of interest? Thank you much. I'll ask both of you then to leave the chamber. Thank you. Can you both leave the chamber? Bring your forms up if you haven't done that. Just to remind everyone that we are not obliged to appoint a deputy mayor. We do have 2 nominations. Councillor Themialotis.
Yes, can I ask a question?
Go ahead. When they're gone. Yes, they have gone. You may ask a question.
What option is there for council to just go 50-50?
Could like 6 months each? Is that or one meeting at a time?
No. Like the first. Well, we're going to go into an election period, so it's going to be less than that. It might be 4.5.
I would need to check the provision. I understand that that it's our discretion to have a deputy mayor.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't believe there is any discretion around the term.
Okay.
That may well be something that would need to be negotiated with individuals. But given we haven't put that to any of the nominees, I think that might be a bit tricky. But I'm happy to take advice on that. So I'm just going to check. But that's my current understanding. All right, we will. Can we take that on notice? But knowing that that might be something we might want to discuss with the nominees at a later date. But we do have 2 nominations. Councillor Greaves. Oh, sorry, why isn't this going? Someone's is on.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to test moving motion number 2, that council not appoint a deputy mayor.
Do we have a seconder for that? No deputy mayor.
I will second that.
Thank you, Councillor Themialotis. Do you wish to speak to that motion? Do you wish to speak to that motion?
No,
Do you want to debate?
No, Councillor Greaves has foregone that option. Would you like to as a seconder?
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Go ahead.
Give it a go, see what happens.
Ticking time.
Look, elected members, you know, I think all of us should have an opportunity to represent the Mayor at events. I think all of us have the ability, and I believe in every single one of our elected members. Elected members, there is not always a lot of opportunities for us to go and be a part of different events in our community that only the Mayor would get invited to. I feel like this would give elected members an opportunity to not only represent the Mayor if you haven't, but meet different groups and attend different services and events in your council, in your ward that you may not have attended before. Elected members, we're all capable. I've seen you all perform. I've seen you give speeches publicly. I've seen you give out certificates. I've seen you run events on behalf of the Mayor. I've seen you represent the Mayor. Who better to represent this council than every single elected member in this council? So elected members, you've got to ask yourself, for an extra $7,000, do we really need a deputy mayor when we have so much talent around this chamber? Elected members, come on now, guys. We don't need a deputy mayor. We need a team. We need a team behind the mayor. We are a team. We can support the mayor. We know our wards. We can work collaboratively this final year. Come on, elected members. Come on board. We don't need a deputy mayor.
Councillor Dew, question or debate?
Well, I'm glad I can be made redundant very quickly. I'm just interested to know from the CE perspective what the pros and cons are, because we haven't really brought this to the chamber before.
We've done it.
I know it's late, but I'm really interested in this.
Through the Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for that very uncontentious question. I think there are some policies that we've got in place that actually names the Deputy Mayor to deal with situations where the Mayor's not available. So not to say that obviously legislation allows for not having a Deputy Mayor, but we would have to revisit some of the policy positions that are already in place and see what that means, given that we haven't taken that into consideration. So at the moment, some of our policies and some of the policies that we'll be recommending some adjustments to names the Deputy Mayor role. So I'd sort of need to think through what that would look like for those current adopted policy positions.
Thank you. And I guess that goes for opportunities like when I spoke at the Senate inquiry and the Canberra delegation. So if there were a new algal bloom emergency or something like that, is that a discretion of the Mayor in terms of who would attend, or?
So my understanding, I'll just check with governance too. For instance, when the Mayor's absent, takes leave, in hospital, breaks her ankle, those kind of situations, the chamber has to appoint an acting mayor in those cases where we wouldn't have a deputy mayor that would naturally fall into that. So that would be one of the things that instantly comes to mind for me. Or for the role of the mayor, rather. And the other thing would be when I do share the opportunities around considerably, as you can see in the every month's report. The deputy role tends to be in the absence of the mayor, so it's in a it's more in the context of the legislative responsibilities or chairing meetings, those kind of things. But there are plenty of councils that do not have a deputy mayor. So that is, there's a precedent. It's not unheard of. No, thank you. Councillor Pritchard.
Quick debate.
For this motion of no mayor. No deputy mayor.
That's right.
No mayor. I know we're changing the Local Government Act. My apologies. Off you go.
Having not been the Deputy Mayor, I imagine that the role is more than just attending events on behalf of the Mayor. So I think that it is important that we have a named person as a support function for all of the other parts of the role of the Mayor that requires support, and that for simplicity it's easier to have a Deputy Mayor. Because I don't see the role from the three people that have done it so far in this term as being simply attending events.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes. Question or debate?
Just a quick question. A brief overview of the Deputy Mayor's description.
Job description. Well, we do have 2 former Deputy Mayors in the chamber right at this minute. And the sorts of tasks that they've been involved in have included all the things we've already said. They're also involved in primarily making sure that in the absence of the Mayor, there's someone who can take on that public voice responsibility. And when there are situations like, broken ankles and such things, that it doesn't need to come back to the chamber for a appointment of an acting Mayor, because it is by default into that. The other value is that, as we heard from the Chief Executive, there are things in the policies, various other policies where deputies have had contribution around talking to elected members, consulting, supporting other elected members when we've got only 1 of me and 12 of you. So, just sharing that load a little bit for listening in. But I will invite Councillor Platten, because his button's on, he might want to add to that.
Thank you, Mayor. As a former Deputy Mayor and former Acting Mayor, I think another really important part of being the Deputy Mayor is receiving complaints about the Mayor, which does happen, and certainly as a role that I fulfilled eagerly. So, but it is really a role that is there to support the Mayor. We have the largest metropolitan city council. There is a tremendous amount of events, and that figurehead of Deputy Mayor is certainly received well in the community. It's seen not as the same level, but certainly more of a prestigious role, and being sent to events, it's treated as such. So I see it as a really important role.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves, would you like to close debate?
Thank you all for your comments. It wasn't off the cheek. I actually just really wanted to get a perspective from all of you about how much you value it. This next year, particularly in the lead up to the election, can be extremely fraught. And so I guess making sure that, the person you appoint, if you do want to go down that path, is there for the right reasons, is really, really critical. So I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 nominations in front of us, and if you would, so you need to put a name on that piece of paper. And who is our returning officer this evening?
Jade.
Jade. So would you pass your note to Jade, please? Write it on the back.
Anything else?
Is this where all time critical? So that could be. Is that, can that one be? You wouldn't recommend it?
Oh, you could. That's just a few.
Yeah, still. We moved it. Sorry.
It's Councillor Fisher.
Okay. The votes are in and they've been counted, and it's Councillor Fisher. Councillor Davis, are you moving that for us?
I'd like to move that.
Thank you. Councillor Themialotis.
Can I debate?
Yes, but
And
we
second?
need it seconded
No,
first.
absolutely.
Would you, thank you?
Yeah.
You're seconding it and debate. Off you go.
Yes, thank you very much. Elected members, when people put their hand up for deputy mayor, you sort of expect them to at least try to win you over with something. And there was a couple of things lacking for me with deputy mayor. And that's a deputy mayor who, one, will bring the chamber together. Two, will assist elected members with noms and quans, and if they see that the elected member didn't get something up, find a way to come to a resolution or get an outcome. A deputy mayor who may want to take their own initiatives. We haven't had a deputy mayor that's decided to take on an initiative. A deputy mayor who will publicly say things that are happening in this council so it doesn't give free air to be filled by people who aren't on council. And I think that's what's lacking from this role. It's very much seen as the representative of the mayor, or it would be a nice thing to do, but there is actually a lot more to it, and it's never really fully been utilised, and I just can't really understand why. So the reason for having a deputy mayor, there is actually a big question mark for me on why we need to have a deputy mayor. So I'm hoping this term, we're leading into council elections, things get a little bit more heated. We're going to be going into a state election with an advocacy plan with essentially a rookie CEO who won't know the lay of the land. The deputy mayor will need to step up. And when the deputy mayor needs to step up, that means we need to step up too. Will the deputy mayor do that and bring us along for the ride with our advocacy plan? And not only that, when the deputy mayor is out representing in our wards, will the deputy mayor reach out to ward councillors and bring them along for the ride too? That doesn't happen. There's so many things that doesn't happen with the role of deputy mayor. So I hope now that Councillor Fisher's got deputy mayor, he's actually going to do something with that role that's a little bit different to every other deputy mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions or debate? I'm not sure how that's landing, but let's go. Councillor Wilkes.
I'll just quickly jump up and say Councillor Fisher was our deputy mayor previously. I felt that his first term was in contradiction to what you've said, Councillor Familiotis. I felt that he was a great advocate for being a part of the community and supporting us. I think that's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, do you wish to close?
I'd just like to say I've only had 2 deputy mayors, but I thought they were both extremely supportive of me as a new member in the chamber. They did bring me along for the ride. They did support me in decision making, and they did support me in making some noms as well. So thanks. Hopefully we get across.
I'll put the motion now that we've actually passed the vote, but we will do this formally. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. If someone would like to advise Councillor Fisher and Councillor Eaton to return. Thank you, Jade. We will continue. We have to do the CEO Performance Management Committee because that actually expires at the end of this, is expiring right currently now at this time. Councillor Fisher, welcome back. You are now the Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience with our debate. So do I have a mover? Councillor Themialotis.
Yes, I'm going to move the council appoints all elected members to the Chief Executive Officer Performance Management Committee from 9 December 2025. And the Mayor as
Yeah, I don't have any choice.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Councillor, do you wish to debate?
Yeah, just really briefly. Elected members, this council has been through CEOs like anything. And we chose last time to not have all elected members in on that process. But I think now we're going to be bringing another brand new CEO. It's about time that all elected members have some involvement in this process and are a part of this management committee. elected members, I think it's 5 or 6 CEOs in a very short period of time. I think that sends a bit of a message to our community. So I think it's actually quite good if all of us could be on it and all of us have some skin in the game with our CEO. Previous chambers have done it. This isn't a brand new thing. So I hope elected members will all support all being on this committee and supporting whoever the new CEO is going forward.
Councillor Eaton?
Yes, I'll certainly second it, and it is important, I think, in this next 12 months, lots of things are going to happen, and that we all have the opportunity to review the new CEO's performance. And in the previous chamber, we were all on it, and I take the point that at times some elected members may not be able to attend. Well, so be it. But it means the whole chamber is understanding what's going on. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkes, question, debate?
Debate, please.
Go ahead.
So I'm pretty sure we were all on the CEOP. Okay, well, I remember when we were appointed for the decision and the commitment. And that was the previous one. And then once, you know, we secured a fantastic CEO, it was a great outcome, and felt that I could leave the fellow CEO, PMO, PMC committee members to continue his KPIs. So I stepped back from that, knowing that, you know, it is a large commitment. I tried to express it earlier in the meeting, and I will express it now. I think it's really quite unfortunate, sad, and I do question it a little bit. You know, this was coming up, Fu resigned, and this rushed nature to try and get this new CEO, try and get them, and, you know, all of the meetings happened before this meeting, so no one else had a chance to get on this committee, even though this was coming up. And then seeing, you know, jam-packing all of those processes in before this meeting, before we could actually get on and have a say. Now we're limited to looking at three potential CEOs rather than just giving us a little bit more time. So I'm really quite upset that it seems like such a rushed process to get the new CEO underway when this was coming up, and we had an opportunity together as a chamber to sit down and go through the process together and really consolidate our 4 years. So I'm just going to put it out in the public record that it is really unfortunate that we didn't consider the 5 elected members that weren't on this particular committee, and we had the opportunity to do it, and then to know that we're then rushing it so quickly that after this jam-packed agenda that we're going through tonight, then on Thursday we have to then go through those 3 shortlisted candidates. Like, we all have lives. I have 4 kids. I'm appearing in a Senate committee meeting tomorrow, and then I was only offered 1 hour to go through the 3 CEO potential candidates and was allowed 1 question. And until we kicked up a stink, until the elected members who are not on this committee, kicked up a stink and said, hey, 1 hour is not enough time for us, then we finally got our packages delivered to us on top of this ginormous agenda when we're still here at 11:10. We now have to then do our normal lives, and we now need to read through these packs where we get 1 question. So I really am quite upset that we couldn't wait until we had the opportunity to come together as a chamber and pick our new CEO, and I think it was really quite unfair. And I think that we really should be having a look at who made those decisions, why those decisions were made, and why we did not have a chance as a chamber to finish off our 4 years together or our 3 years together and elect the CEO.
Councillor Davis, a question or comment?
Maybe some clarification. If we are all on there, I have been through the process this time, and it has been quite time-consuming. So I'm not 100% convinced that I have the stamina to go through it again. So if we are all on there, is there an opt-out clause if the timing coincides with other things that are demanding
You can
well?
always be an apology. But although there are terms and conditions as well, of course. Councillor Dew?
It's not to debate this, but it's probably to give a bit of context from what I've observed over the last...
I'll treat it as debate.
Yeah, please,
Go ahead.
definitely. as a CEO Performance Committee member, my sense has been that there, because of the change in CE over the time and the trust that people started to feel, the safety people started to feel with Fu in the role, and then the change of circumstances for Fu having to travel, it kind of rocked the organisation staff a little bit in terms of feeling like leadership had changed again, and there's a lot of acting positions currently with people acting in different roles across the organisation at the moment. So in order to create the stability and ease of transition as the CEO exits to transition somebody else in, from my perspective, that's been definitely what the priority has been, really with the organisation in mind. And second to that, I can't remember what the other point was, but there was another point in there that I was thinking of talking to as well. Yeah, but, and then also, sorry, the other point was just in relation to the CEO Performance Committee meeting to interview as well, we actually didn't receive them much prior to the broader group as well. So on the day, yeah, we received them in the morning to look over probably an hour prior. Yes, we were privy to looking at a list and a paragraph on them, but we weren't privy to any special privileges being on the CEO PMC. I guess it was a staged approach, so now the opportunity is for them to come and present to us and talk to us as a whole chamber, and collectively we'll make the decision. So that's kind of my interpretation of what it's been like. And we've worked really well together collectively with bringing in different perspectives and considering those that aren't around the room and where they might think. I've definitely had Councillor Yeomans in my head at times and from different perspectives. So we've tried to get 3 people through the process that hopefully is someone in there will shine through for everybody.
Councillor Greaves, question, debate?
Oh, just a bit of debate. Look, members, I've been a member of the CEO PMC, both as a whole of chamber and also as a smaller group. And look, you know, I appreciate, particularly given the timing and the nature of the fact that we are changing over CEOs, it probably is important for everyone to be on board. But at the same time, you know, realistically, when it comes to the more operational aspects of overseeing, you know, the KPIs and, you know, forming a view on performance and all that sort of thing, a smaller group, I think, is much more preferable. I think for the time, though, you know, happy for everyone to play a part. Yeah, get ready for long meetings.
Councillor Wilkes, you got a question?
Yes, I have a question. How much just after Lauren Drew's point, how much time was given to the CEO, CMP, CEO, PMC committee members to review our new CEO?
So we haven't appointed a new CEO?
Sorry, to shortlist the new CEO to 3 candidates.
So we had 56 candidates. And I'm conscious that this is being recorded, so I'll be as prudent as I can be. So we had 56 candidates. There was a short-ish long list of, I think, someone might correct me, I think it was 13. And that 13 came as de-identified information. I believe you've got that in your packs as well, is that correct? Oh, yeah, okay. So that was all de-identified. Then we identified 6 out of that 13 that information was given to us, and we got that maybe an hour before. And which is exactly the same process as we've used previously. And then we had a big conversation, and it was quite a lot of deliberative decision making to make sure that we didn't rank candidates, but instead that we came to a position of 3 candidates that were met the scoring and were within the range. So not everyone got everything, but there was enough of 1, 2 or 3 of those come before all of you. So when you all come together on Thursday, there will be a process which you're all familiar with. I don't want to, that's in our confidential agenda, so I just don't want that to be in the public space.
So can I get this straight, just to clarify? The committee had an hour to shortlist from six candidates to 3.
So we had a half a day together when we went from the big list to the short list.
Half a day. And that information was provided an hour before you got together? To the candidate, to the
We actually were
members.
doing things, we did everything in real time. So the material was provided to us in a process that was with Morton Phillips, our selection panel. And just for the record, this is no different to other processes. It wasn't, I wouldn't want anyone to think it was anything other than the most confidential and trying to provide the safest way information can be shared. I'm really conscious that I'm moving into an area that I shouldn't move into.
I just have another question. So it's standard procedure to provide all of the information to select a CEO to the committee an hour before the decision, before the half a day decision occurs? Is that standard procedure?
I think I'm not communicating as effectively as I could. I want you to be confident that it was a deliberative process. It was hosted by our professional body that we appointed, which the CEO PMC appointed. The CEO PMC approved the process, and then we went through that process, and that's where we're up to now. Okay. So it's a process and it's a procedure, and I want to stick to that, and that's what we all agreed to.
So is it, because you didn't answer my question, is it standard practice to provide the documents 1 hour before the half a day deliberation?
So the practice was to ensure confidentiality, to make sure that no bias was being brought into the situation, and also to make sure that we were in the best position to appoint the best candidate for success for the council. So the timing, which is the piece you're holding on to, is part of a much, much bigger process, and I wouldn't want you to separate it as a small piece of something. It's actually a part of a big piece of something.
And that is the same procedure and same process that occurred when Fu was elected.
Correct.
That time frame, it happened in the morning.
Correct.
Right, cool, that's
we
all I wanted to know.
applied the same process. Councillor Platten.
No, it's okay, Mayor.
Any further questions? Councillor Themilotis, would you like to close debate?
Just for clarification for elected members, even if all elected members are on the CEO, PMC, 2 or 3 meetings in, if it's decided that decisions are made and we're on a trajectory, you can actually remove yourself, have a notice of motion and say we're going to withdraw back now to 6 because we're in a position now. So it doesn't link you in forever.
That's a very wise piece of advice for members to consider. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we have, what are we up to? 9:14. Is that an item that can be deferred or not? Deferring it, is that what you're saying? Thank you. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Greaves, a seconder? Is there a seconder? Councillor Fisher? All those in favour? Carried. The update on council complaints and handling procedures. Councillor Greaves?
Oh, no, sorry. The next one's 9.15, appointment of members.
Oh, sorry. SWARA. That can't be deferred, I don't think.
Happy to move as written.
Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to second.
Councillor... sorry. Councillor Greaves, no further comment. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Complaints handling procedure, 9:16. I am now up to that one. Apologies. Councillor Wilkes.
Yes, I move to defer it.
Move to defer it. Is there a time pressure on this one? It's too hard?
I'd rather it resolved.
Oh, no, it needs to be resolved. There's a time thing.
Okay.
Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, through the Mayor, councillors, I'm hoping that this is fairly straightforward, but it's improvement on governance practices. So yes, you could defer, but it means that we're another month out from improved governance practices, which I wouldn't like to see.
I think is this a tidy up for you?
Yes.
For all of us?
I will defer it because I've got quite a few questions about this. So I know you said that we could if we wanted to, so I'll defer it, please.
Do we have a seconder to defer it? Councillor Eaton? to January? All those in favour? Against? Sorry, apologies. I'm missing the numbers here. I'm putting the motion to be deferred. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's carried. All right. The reporting and 9:17, the schedule. Do we have a mover? Councillor Platten.
Happy to move, Mayor, as written.
Councillor Yeomans. Any questions? Councillor Greaves? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I'm going to call a 5-minute break before we move into the motions on notice. And I would ask if there are any motions on notice that people are willing to defer to come and see me in the break so that we can attend to those. So 5 minutes. Who's moving it? Councillor Platten and Councillor Dew second. All those in favour? All right, everyone, just to thank you so much for your cooperation during the break. I'll just let you know where we're up to. So where am I up to? That's the first thing to do. So we've done our questions on notice. You all have your own papers with. 11.1, Councillor Platten is willing to defer it to January. Thank you very much. Councillor Fisher for 11.2 to January. 11.5, Councillor Yeomans will go into January. 11.7 will go into January. Thank you, Councillor Dew. Councillor Dew, did you have a decision on 11.8? Oh, you wanted to continue. Oh, apologies if I got the wrong one. Okay, and I understand there's 2 items that will be brought forward at urgent business time. One is the motion that Councillor Greaves was working on, and I understand that Councillor Wilkes has one as well. We do have confidential business, so I am encouraging all to be as crisp as you can be so that we're not here tomorrow.
So we just want to move to defer.
So we're deferring. Can I have someone to move these deferral items? Thank you very much, Councillor Dew. Second to Councillor Platten. All those in favour? Thank you very much. So your prudence and your time will be greatly appreciated, everyone. Councillor Themialotis, item 11.3. Councillor Themialotis. And are you moving? Yes.
Yes, moving, and I will debate. What happened in Cherry Gardens Soldier Memorial Park is more than a maintenance error. It's a heartbreaking loss for our community in Cherry Gardens. The golden cypress pine planted over a century ago by families of young men who never came home. It was not simply a tree, it was a living tribute. It was a thread that tied the present community in Cherry Gardens to those who sacrificed everything in war. To see that living memory cut down not once, but now twice in recent years is devastating for families, for locals, and for everyone who honours the memory of Cherry Gardens fallen. The least we can do as a council is ensure that we treat this sacred site with the dignity and care it deserves. This motion does exactly that. It's not about assigning blame, it's about taking responsibility. It's asking this council to explore practical, meaningful improvements, the installation of a power supply that this community has asked for such a long period of time. Why does it matter? Because the community wants to hold dawn services there again. They want to read names, play the last post and light the memorial at night, but they can't because there's no power. No light for safety, no sound for ceremony, no means to gather as they once did. Bringing power to this site is not a luxury, it's an act of respect. It's about how we ensure the stories of those 13 soldiers are not lost in the darkness, quite literally. An investigation will also consider heritage, environmental safeguards, ensuring we protect what remains while enabling future generations to connect with the place in a way that is safe, accessible, and worth its history. So tonight, let's send a clear message to the Cherry Gardens community that their history matters, that we've listened and that we've acted. I urge councillors to support this motion, which is calling for a report.
Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'm certainly seconding the motion, and I've probably, out of the two of us, had the most to deal with these people. Unfortunately, with the tree, I got a telephone call from one of the residents, and I got onto staff, and also there'd been a report go in on it, but unfortunately that tree gets completely removed. I did manage to salvage some of the branches off it, or twigs that we're hoping that we're going to be able to strike. But it really, and I had been dealing about 18 months about trying to get power into the Soldiers' Memorial. I've been using generators and things like that, but certainly this will bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, debate? Councillor Themilotis? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Stafford.
I'd like to move the motion.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
It's quite late, so I won't be long. The point of this motion is to evoke the workshop that we used to get our first positive budget in 7 years. It's not asking to cut programs or services or raise costs for our community. It's focused on promoting innovation, efficiency, and ownership over the budget process across our organisation. We have lots of knowledge, talent, and experience in our staff, and I think we should draw on and recognise these contributions from across the organisation in a more formalised manner. Beyond the budget efficiencies found that are already part of our normal budget process business, this motion is asking that we explicitly ask for ideas and innovation across the organisation, and that we have a workshop to properly highlight these contributions. This motion is also just a trial, so in the upcoming budget process, we'll be able to verify whether we actually gained something from it or if it was redundant. So thank you, and I encourage you to take me up with this.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes.
I would love to second it, please.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Look, there's no doubt that that budget workshop we had in February 2024, I remember the date because my son was just born, or very early March. It was actually Councillor Yeoman's birthday. So there is no doubt that that staff consultation and detail workshop led to the amazing cost savings that we found and the incredible surpluses that we're seeing now. So definitely happy to support this, and I love the fact that this can also have the potential to be a regular part of the annual budget process.
Councillor Fisher, question? Debate?
Debate. Beef debate. I support the motion.
Councillor Dew.
I am being annoying. I'm happy to support it, but I would have thought that these measures are operational, not the work of what we should be like. I'm happy to support it because I know we would have operational norms probably come through, but wouldn't this be at the discretion really of the CE and not the chamber to be asking staff? But anyway, I'm just posing a question because it's late.
Thank you. Do you wish an answer? No. Councillor Platten?
I also support it.
Thank you, everyone. Councillor Stafford, do you wish to close debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I would note, Councillor Dew, that the metrics issue in here may well be something that would be definitely policy related for a chamber to consider. Item 11.5 is deferred. 11.6, Councillor Yeomans. Councillor Yeomans, go ahead.
Just a quick debate, if I can.
Go ahead. You need to move it first. If you'd like to move it.
I'd like to move it, please.
Very good.
This motion is all about seeking the Chamber's approval for our Mayor to write to the Renewal SA to consider the land known as the Green Triangle at ALDINGA, except for this land set aside for the rail corridor, to be rezoned recreation and to be set aside for sport and recreation that could include a future aquatic centre. We've all heard from and asked questions from the Aquatic Centre Aldinga Bay Action Group earlier this evening. It's a testament to their commitment to the local community they're able to secure significant funding that has enabled the feasibility report to be undertaken, finalised and now tabled. Fundamentally, this report focused on whether or not the construction of an aquatic centre at Aldinga is feasible. The report supported the need for such a community facility and was able to identify vacant parcels of land within the Aldinga area where such a project could proceed into the future. However, it's a bit hard to proceed with this in the absence of any land. As we've heard, the parcel of land is currently vacant and suitable for such a project lies within the Green Triangle in Aldinga, currently owned by Renewal SA. In correspondence received by the Aquatic Centre Aldinga Bay Action Group from the Honourable Emily Burke, MLC, dated on the 27th of April 25, where she writes that, for information, her office has written to Renewal SA requesting consideration of the future aquatic centre opportunities in the Aldinga catchment, including the greenfield site identified as a Green Triangle. In South Australia, the majority of neighbourhood and district level aquatic facilities are the responsibility of local government. As such, I encourage you to continue to work with the City of Onkaparinga, the Council, to explore opportunities regarding aquatic facilities provision that meet the needs of the local community. That's exactly what the Action Group is doing, seeking our support in advocating to the state government to quarantine this particular parcel of land. This is very similar to the land that's been set aside for the future rail corridor. One can't build a train line in the future without land. The Action Group has demonstrated there's very strong community support for an aquatic centre in Aldinga, and as such I consider our advocacy through a letter from our Mayor supports our community and the very good work this Action Group is doing. Thank you.
Councillor Dew, question or seconding it?
I'd like to second it.
Go ahead.
Just super quickly, just want to acknowledge that the Action Group, and Tracey talked tonight about her involvement for 4 years. I'm sure that it's extended over that. I remember hearing about it more than 4 years ago, and their tenacity to keep going and gathering people and continuing to action this is a testament to that and their community. I think, you know, the algal bloom, we don't have any other substantial facilities, and their project is really pitching across the lifespan, which would benefit our area, and therefore, as Councillor Yeoman said, we need land before we have a building, so I support it.
Councillor Wilkes.
Yes, just really quickly jumping up to support Tracey, who has come and spoken tonight, and always think that rezoning, looking at rezoning and really nailing what the best use for that area of land is with that rezoning is really important. So definitely support this. And thank you for their time again.
Councillor Yeoman, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 11.7, Councillor Dew.
I am going to not even worry about my long script. I will just talk to it. This is really calling for the building of a shared agenda and a shared understanding of what it looks like to live in the City of Onkaparinga and how we can support children and young people better. I have been concerned for many years around data, the early development census data that comes out of all 5-year-olds in our across our state, across our country is a census, and it's across 5 different developmental domains, and children in some of our suburbs, I won't name them particularly, but you may be able to think about them. 1 in 2 children are developmentally vulnerable in one or more domain, and that goes across physical well-being, emotional maturity, communication, and that's the foundation that sets out children's readiness for school and their further trajectory. And you can look at the data over time and look at the outcomes that children make when it comes to schooling, their schooling attainment, their interface with the criminal justice system actually starts in the early years. So we do a lot of work across the city, which is brilliant in the youth sector and across youth services, and we do a lot of bringing people together to talk about young people, but children 0 to 12 or 0 to 7 aren't part of that coordinated approach. So this is looking at 0 to 18 and how we can come together to build a shared understanding of the data, what services, what schools, what government are seeing, and how together with the finite resources we have across the City of Onkaparinga, we can actually turn the curve to reduce the traumas and the impacts that kids have across these different areas and different domains. So this is bringing people together for a collective discussion to think about where to from here. It's City of Onkaparinga playing a coordination role similar to like the Zero to Homelessness project, but really in its infancy, just bringing people together to hear about what's working well, where are the gaps, and what we need to do moving forward to address some of these really big, wicked problems that our children and young people face in our community.
Councillor Davis. question or
I'd like
second?
to second it.
Go ahead.
And then talk to it. I really like this idea. I've spent the year working with the Child Development Council with their Charter for Children and Young People. So I think anything that can contribute to bringing more conversation to the space is going to be really positive.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 11.8, the sports park. Councillor Dew.
I'd like to move it, and just to give context to people, so this came up through a committee that I'm involved in locally, where people said we now have a memorial in the sports park. We think that the sports park should be more inclusive to incorporate the memorial aspect. So similar to Morphett Vale, we'd like it to be considered to be named ALDINGA Memorial Sports Park. When I approached staff about it, they said it's really to enact that process. It would be around bringing that to the chamber. So this is to initiate a community consultation for the sports park. Sorry, am I just able to make a small amendment?
Go ahead.
Not an amendment, but just...
Yeah, you can. Go.
So I say here user groups. So I'm just going to say it out loud and then someone can fix it. I'd like it to be at staff discretion whether or not it's just the user groups or if it's the broader community.
To undertake consultation.
And/or, could you say and/or the broader community?
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
I just don't know if it's necessary or not, but I feel like staff will be in a good position to determine that. So that's really the crux of it. So to go for a name change, they'll have to do the engagement, bring it back, and we'll get a report to then make a decision if we're happy with the outcome. Thank you.
Councillor Yeomans. Thank you very much. Any further?
And I do like that change where I think it's important to go out to the community on this. I won't talk for too long because I've got to cook sausages at 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, me too. So we're just wondering if you'd be willing to make it March instead of February. Is there a time? Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, you happy to support that alteration? April. Do we have any further bids? Gone. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkes. Can you press your button? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sue. So I have provided an update for the recommendations, as you'll see on the screen, and also emailed out for everyone's reference. Look, a wise woman once told me, let the motion speak for itself, okay? But let's be honest, we can write whatever we want and however we want, but when it's bolstered by the community with someone like Chris LEMAR, who is still here. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge with us and explaining to us how it's turned in from stormwater to rainwater, but also sitting and waiting for this deliberation. Look, and it's not just Chris. This is the community across the Mid-Coast Ward who are looking at this stormwater / rainwater and how it's funneling down that drain. And believe it or not, it is right at the entrance to the beach. So it is not just the Mid-Coast Ward. It is all of the City of Onkaparinga residents, and it's all of our tourists, and it's all of the frequent visitors. And I can tell you stories of 100 times how I have seen kids play in this filthy water. I can tell you how it stinks. I can tell you story after story about how this well and truly needs a good old report to come back to council that will do each of those 6 recommendations. So it's 30 years old. It's time to have a good look at it. And if anybody has any questions, please stand up and ask questions, and I will ensure that I cover them in my closing debate. Thank you.
Councillor Eaton.
And I'll second it, nothing to say.
Thank you. Councillor Platten.
Yeah, just full support. I think it's a blight on the amazing coastline that we've got. And all the other points that Greta Wilkes has already said.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkes, do you wish to close debate? Can you press your button?
I really urge you to support this motion, and note for the record that it is nearly 10 to 12. So not from the complete and utter need to go into every detail and use my 8 minutes. I am refraining because this will come back, I hope, with your support for a report where we can really flesh out those details after staff. I need to do an update. I'm so sorry. Oh, April, no, it's there. Don't worry.
It's
there. Yep, cool. Yes. So, please support this so we can get this
I'll put the
gross pollutant trap looked at.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We do have 2 petitions with us. The first one from the Happy Valley Sports Park Playground Upgrade petition. Councillor Themialotis.
Yes, okay, I will move option number 1, and I will move, sorry.
Number
point
1.
1, and then...
And? 1, 2 or 3?
2, sorry, option 2, and then number 3 and 4.
And 3 and 4.
Sorry.
Yep, no, that's great.
It's getting
Thank
late,
you.
sorry. Very sorry. Let me just have a quick look, make sure that's right, as external funding. Yes, perfect. All right, then. Elected members, I rise in support of this petition before us. It's a clear and united call from the community for a renewal of the Happy Valley Sports Park playground. So this is not a small issue, it's a well-used, much-loved space that serves the heart of the community in not Happy Valley, but Aberfoyle Park. It's where families gather, clubs train, and children play. It's a park that represents connection and belonging. But it's also clear that the playground has fallen behind, the equipment is outdated, safety measures are lacking, the accessibility is limited. Families have been patient, but their patience is we're running out. They're not asking for extravagance, they're asking for safety, clean and an inclusive playground that reflects the standards that we say as a council that we uphold. This petition is more than a request, it's an invitation to us. The community isn't demanding, they're offering to work with us to improve the facility. They're willing to collaborate, contribute ideas and help make the space one that is fit for future generations to enjoy. And that's exactly the kind of partnership we should be encouraging. Happy Valley Sports Park is not just a local reserve, it's actually a regional hub. It supports multiple sporting clubs, hosts community events and provides a critical space for families who might otherwise have nowhere else nearby to go. Investing in this playground is an investment in wellbeing, safety and the social fabric of our community. This motion before us is actually a sensible one. It doesn't commit council to immediate expenditure. It simply ensures that if, in the event that 100% external funding is secured, $435,000, we have the ability to bring this project forward. It allows us to honour the community's request without compromising our budget priorities. Let's support this motion and show our community that when they speak, council's here to listen.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll certainly support it. I mean, the other issue we've got there, of course, if we're going to spend money on it, it wouldn't be available to spend on footpaths.
Thank you.
And like within 200 metres of this location, people moved in 55 years ago and are still waiting for their footpath. They actually did a petition before council when Erin Thompson was mayor. It's not even the Capital Works program, another one. So at least that might free, by doing this, it might free some money up for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Themialotis, wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 12.2 is the petition. Do I have a mover for this? Christie's Beach. Councillor Platten.
Happy to move.
Councillor Wilkes.
I'm going to speak to this.
Are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I know, but, you know, I read everything before I sign it. And not that I haven't read this, I have definitely read this, but
Are you seconding the motion, councillor?
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak to the
I
motion?
will speak to it briefly, noting again that it's now 5 to 12 at night. Look, these ones are really difficult because we had the fella come in and I think, I don't know where the message is not getting out there, but this chamber is not the decision maker on these DAs, but the frequency that we're seeing these come in, I almost think that we need to start coming up with a way to support our members to show them that we hear them, and maybe when we reply to them and say, you know, the council's decision is that we've carried this, but we actually, just keep that education piece going and explaining that this chamber is not the decision makers, because we are constantly now seeing the implications of that 2019-2021 planning code where state government have taken control. So please, this is in my own ward. I wasn't contacted about this, so I do extend, a conversation to any resident, especially one from my ward, even though I represent all of Onkaparinga, to come and chat and try and flesh out the best ways to approach these, because they are coming in a very highly frequent rate to this chamber now.
Councillor Platten, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I understand there's 2 pieces of urgent business. Councillor Greaves. Can you pop your...
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up from the discussion around MOANA Surf Life Saving Club. I do think it was important to acknowledge what went on and looking to actually move a motion to actually bring it into the next budget cycle so we can have a proper conversation and include it in our deliberations.
So I've accepted this as urgent business as a completion of our earlier debate. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Themialotis?
Happy to second, no debate. I've already debated.
Thank you very much. Any, Councillor Wilkes?
I thought I was the one on the light there.
Not up here, sorry. Councillor Greaves, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkes? Have you got yours up here as well? It's coming? There we go.
I'm requesting this to be considered an urgent business, as it was brought to our agenda tonight, noting that it was full, but it seemed to be enough to come to the chamber and be presented to us. So I would like to action it as it has.
And I understand that the consultation period ends in the 17th of December, so it needs to be considered tonight. So yes, happy to. Correct, there is. So can Councillor Greaves and Councillor Fisher will need to leave.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Can you help us with the paperwork? Thank you. Yeah. I just need to check with our Director of Planning too, sorry, because I understand there's a couple of things that I'm not clear about. I'm just wanting to just double check about whether council itself can be a representative to CAP. So we could do that, because we can't affect a CAP decision, but we can be a petitioner to the CAP, in our own right. So I just need to check the technical side of this. If you can help us with that, please, Renee.
Through the Mayor, there are 2 aspects to this. Writing to the Planning Minister about a particular DA, they have no involvement in the decision whatsoever. They're too far removed. If this were to be written on behalf of the Chamber to the CAP as a representation by the 17th of December, it would be considered a formal representation of the elected body in relation to the development application.
So can I just check then, so it's not writing a letter to the Minister, but it's about expressing the concerns of the Chamber to the CAP. So I'm just checking with the mover. Are you willing to make that?
Can I please make that
alteration?
Yes, with assistance.
So we'll just double check with, so that the Chamber expresses its concerns to the CAP, and then the rest of it stays the same. Is that correct?
So can I just add a bit more detail in relation to DA number?
Oh, in relation to the DA number, yeah.
2503.
2503.
2095.
2095. So with that, we would delete
it probably
the
doesn't.
mayor rights to from mayor to MP. Let me just check. So it's really making visible the expression from this evening.
Yes.
To the authority that it makes that decision.
Yes, and hopefully the chamber will also, am I allowed to debate yet?
Can I just check, does that pass the muster for legislation?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so reading the room, it seemed like all the elected members here are very interested to show their concern at at the deputy's presentation. I did have the letter in to start off with because I thought this could be one small step that we start to write a letter to show to the planning minister to show that we are increasingly being faced with these community sentiment towards planning issues that we actually don't have control over. So that was sort of my intent. Obviously, the night has developed. It's now 12 p.m. And I think that just by garnering and reading the room, that I think that we should actually start with just this particular concern and say we listened to... Is it Luke? Luke, yes, thank you, Luke. We listened to him. I've also seen on Facebook that several elected members have shared his post, and we're all sort of trying to get behind their community sentiment that obviously is increasing as he expressed. So I hope that everyone in this chamber supports this so we can support the community and that ever-growing distaste of this development.
Councillor Davis?
I'd like to second it and speak to it as well. I was very impressed with Luke's presentation and he's clearly got a lot of support behind him. I hope that we can take this to the CAP and see what sort of outcome we can get and see if we do have some sort of say in how it falls.
Councillor Themilotis?
Yes,
question or debate?
Yeah, I will debate really briefly. I have no issue with this motion, but it sort of got me thinking about, I had a conversation with the Mayor this evening around the next 12 months and the things that I should be sort of considering and planning early. And I think there needs to be a piece with this chamber or some discussion with this chamber around development applications. Just like Councillor Wilkes said, they're coming in thick and fast. And some of the advice they're getting from others outside of council is to petition council. Council can't influence. Sometimes council don't even get a say. So residents go out and do all this work thinking they're going to get an outcome from this chamber and they don't. Then things go to the CAP and the CAP are bound by legislation. And if it meets the legislation, that development's going to go through. So I feel like as a chamber, we need to do some work around how we either educate or the information we're putting out there, because I had a conversation with the CEO tonight as well, and I think the commentary was around it's so easy to kick local government first, and it is. We're the closest one to the residents, so we cop the blame for a lot of things when it is actually not us who are doing these things. So elected members happy to support this, but I think next year early we need to think about going forward. There's going to be more and more developments. What do we need to be doing in this space as a council?
Thank you. Councillor Dew, question or debate?
It's a debate.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the idea of writing to CAP based on what we've heard tonight, but to be honest, this is the first time I've heard about this. Like, I didn't know a thing about it, and I feel like I would like to have a more informed picture. Maybe there's more that we could add to strengthen this case. I know that the time frame's very limited, but I feel like I would prefer and feel more comfortable having a workshop where we can understand what this is about, if this is the case, and to flesh it out more, because I don't think those 8 items, if the deputation and the work that he's doing covers that already, wouldn't we want to strengthen that? I also kind of, I don't know, maybe it's because I wasn't aware of the process before, but I think about the wave pool and the people behind that, and Councillor Yeomans and I both suggested that they only work through the CAP because we didn't realise that this is a function of council to actually advocate to CAP on a position when we're actually administering a state government process. So I'm a little bit surprised that this is actually now in play, and this was an opportunity that we could have sought. So I'm just a little bit perplexed, but it is 12 o'clock.
It is 12 o'clock. There are differences because of the public notification element between this and the wave pool. just as a technical piece. Councillor Yeomans.
Just a quick question first. So
Go ahead.
When's the cap coming up?
It'll be in March sometime. I don't believe a date's been set yet.
Yeah, so I'm sort of alongside with Council. I'm not at all not supporting the intent here, but I would like to have more information. There's two sides to every story, and at least if you had an opportunity to look at the DA or have a roundup in a report to say this is what it's all about, before I look to encourage or ask the Mayor to write a report supporting it. The only information I'm going on is 100% the deputation, and that was fantastic, but that's what I'm going on at the moment. I've read nothing about this development, so I don't think I can go with this as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
And we were also supplied, though, today the media response in respect to questions that explained what was going on, and there might be some misunderstanding by people.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, do you wish to close? Yes, please. Can you pop you?
Firstly, Councillor Themiotis, we agree on something, finally. Yeah, I know, right? Look, state planning laws, wow, who would think? But again, I thank you for supporting my idea that I've put out there that we need to look at this and offer maybe that's something that we could move forward and work together in the future. I'd also like to highlight, we're sitting here and we're saying, we don't feel comfortable expressing concern over this. Well, the last council meeting we sat at, we actually supported a name change. The Chamber supported a name change for Port Noarlunga to Noarlunga Downs, and we wrote a submission and we supported that without going out for community consultation. So, I mean, I think when we've had a deputy come here, we've asked questions, we have been provided with some information today. I think it's important that when we do have a deadline closing, that we sort of have to, look at the information that's presented to us, 670 signatures just by paper, 1,053 signatures that he pointed out. He's been on 7 News, he's been on 5AA. This is not something that is sitting in the back docs and we're going, what are we making a decision about? I think it's pretty clear. We've got someone who's come to us who's moving quickly because they explained to us that they didn't feel like that, they had the opportunity to fully garner support before that closing deadline. So I think it's really important, Chamber, that we also move quickly and look at the facts in front of us, and that is that there is a strong community sentiment, and a letter is a letter, but better yet, let's express our concern.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? The motion's carried. Thank you very much. We now need to move into confidential items. Do I have a mover to exclude the public? Thank you, Councillor Themiotis. Seconded, Councillor Platten. All in favour? Motion carried. We'll keep going until we lose quorum.
Stopped.